geschaffen an allen Enden, an allen Enden. O frische Duft und neuer Klang, nun, armes Herze, sei nicht bang, nun muss sich alles wenden, nun muss sich alles wenden. Die Welt wird schöner mit jedem Tag, man weiß nicht, was noch werden mag. Das Blühen will nicht enden, es will nicht enden. Es blüht das fernste, tiefste Tal. Es blüht das tiefste Tal. Nun, armes Herz, vergiss der Qual. Nun muss sich alles wenden. Nun muss sich alles wenden.
The flowers that bloom in the spring, tra-la, breathe promise of merry sunshine. As we merrily dance and we sing, tra-la, we welcome the hope that they bring, tra-la, of a summer of roses and wine, of a summer of roses and wine. And that's what we mean when we say that a thing is welcome as flowers that bloom in the spring. Tra-la-la-la-la, tra-la-la-la-la, the flowers that bloom in the spring. Tra-la-la-la-la, tra-la-la-la-la, tra-la-la-la-la. The flowers that bloom in the spring, tra-la, have nothing to do with the case. I've got to take under my wing, tra-la, a most unattractive old thing, tra-la, with a caricature of a face, with a caricature of a face. And that's what I mean when I say or I sing, oh, bother the flowers that bloom in the spring. Tra-la-la-la-la, tra-la-la-la-la, oh, bother the flowers of spring. Tra-la-la-la-la, tra-la-la-la-la, tra-la-la-la-la.
edge of the pond. I sing to the flute, I sing to the flute, and witness the tale. I sing to the flute and witness the ravenous trail of the pony, the ravenous trail of the pony. And then consumed in a rush of music,
Hi, everyone. If you can all take your seats. And I have a long list of thank yous and a relatively short, mercifully short introduction, because I know you're here to listen to the amazing talks we have lined up. Good afternoon. I'm Priscilla Wald, Director of the Program in Gender, Sexuality, and Feminist Studies, and I'm really delighted to see all of you here today. There are 315 registered participants representing 87 institutions and 18 countries. And I welcome all of you here. And I also want to extend a special welcome to those of you who are here for the first time, who are wearing brown tags. So if you're a repeat attender, please look for the people in brown tags and say hello. Some of you have come very long distances to be here. Others have come down the street. Again, I want to extend a very warm welcome to all of you from whatever distances you've come to the 2017 Feminist Theory Workshop. A great deal of work goes into this event every year, and I want to begin by acknowledging the many people who have made this year's FTW possible. For their co-sponsorship and financial support, I'm grateful to the following Duke University departments and programs: African and African American Studies, Asian and Middle Eastern Studies, Cultural Anthropology, English, the Franklin Humanities Institute, Latina Studies in the Global South, Literature, Political Science, and the Office of the Provost. I want to acknowledge as well those who have contributed to the GSF endowments that allow us to supplement the support of the others I have mentioned in putting this on. I'm grateful as well to the 27 co-sponsors listed on your program who committed to send students and faculty to the workshop. I owe a very special thanks to the incredibly hardworking staff of GSF, Kim Carlisle, Pamela Burton-Moore, and Julie Winmore. And to the volunteers for this event, Linda Mahando, Jessie Gay, Jessica Issacharoff, sorry Jess, I've done that before, Viraji Puri, Shannon Hayes, Sally Tran, Alexandra Sanchez Roland, and Claire Scott. Please wave, those of you. And student workers, Brooklyn Bass, Guillermo Hevia, Ashley Kiang, and Elle Winfield. Are any of you here? I don't think so, but thank you to them. And finally, to the ASL interpreters, Brian Tipton and Kim Wilson. Thank you very much. Thanks as well and to the technical teams of Selden Smith Jr., Greg Hobbs, and our vendors, Zoe Leidecker Photography, Cafe De Novo, and Laurel Royer with Duke Conference Services. And I have a couple of announcements. Pamela Burton-Moore started a Facebook page for GSF this year, and we have 171 members. So that was really exciting. Please friend us. We will be live streaming this event, so everyone, best behavior. No, kidding. And I also wanted to mention the Ask Me About tags that people have. This was Pamela's idea, right? So people have been asked to say what it is that you particularly want to talk about, and this is a great way to start a conversation with somebody. Look at their badge and ask them about what they're excited to talk about. So I think that's a great idea. And one last thing, the Gothic bookstore right next door has books on sale from all of our keynote speakers and panelists. This year is the 11th anniversary of the Feminist Theory Workshop, and we have, I think, an exceptionally exciting program. Before I introduce that, you thought I was done, I would like to take one more moment to acknowledge the extraordinary vision of Robin Wiegman in creating the FTW and of Ranjana Khanna and Allison and Tina Kampt in nurturing its growth, as well as, of course, the wonderful GSF faculty and the founding director, Gino Barr, in leaving the endowment that has made it possible. Last applause. Now to the program. I'm delighted to introduce our keynote performers, roundtable participants, and seminar leaders. And would you all please identify yourselves in some way as I call your name, wave or whatever. Keynotes include Christina Crosby, Amelia Jones, Catherine McKittrick, and Kathy Weeks. The roundtable participators are moderator Ara Wilson, Kaji Amin, Joshan Aviles, Stephanie Foote, all the way in the back, and Diane Nelson. And the breakout session pairs are Kaji Amin and Robin Wiegman, Christina Crosby and Jolie Alcott, Stephanie Foote and Saskia Corns, Amelia Jones and Kimberly Lamb, Catherine McKittrick and Mecca Sullivan, and Kathy Weeks and Jessica Namakal. Traditionally, the FTW has not had a theme, which allows us each time to consider the surprising ways in which feminist theorists across fields and disciplines speak to each other. Because last year was a decade anniversary, I asked the speakers to think, although not necessarily speak, about issues, topics, or moments in feminist theory broadly conceived that they would like to return to in some way. And the provocation subtly and effectively reinforced the resonances among the talks. So I asked the speakers again this year to keep a question in mind as they drafted their talks. In this case, the question of what we now mean by theory. Because I'm teaching a class on foundations of feminist theory, and it's an amazing group of students, it's a question I've had particularly in mind all semester. It's really the perennial question of anyone who works in any way on the amorphous thing we call theory, and we don't even always know it when we see it. Bell Hooks, in Theory as Liberatory Practice, describes how she came to theory because she was hurting. Theory, feminist theory, for her, offered the possibility of naming all our pain. She came to theory as a child, she says, desperate, wanting to comprehend, to grasp what was happening around her and within her. Theory provided a way of focused wondering, and she quotes Terry Eagleton's observation that children make the best theorists, since not yet fully socialized into accepting the current order as natural and inevitable, they see through and see in. Eagleton calls it a wondering estrangement, and it is the source of theory and subsequently the basis for potential transformation. Theory begins with a disturbance, as when conventional wisdom encounters resistance. Perhaps, as Patricia Hill Collins might have it, from the outsider within, the questions that arise when experiences don't fit the paradigm, the tentative probing to see where it hurts and how much, from which theory outright erupts. For those with the greatest stake in the status quo, the prober is an irritant. For Collins, she is the grain of sand in the oyster, producing the creative tension that yields the pearl. I remember my excitement in graduate school when I read Elizabeth Gross' 1986, Liz, not that old, essay, What is Feminist Theory?, in which she chronicled the broad changes in feminist theory that had moved from seeking the status of unchangeable, transhistorical, and transgeographic truth in its hypotheses and propositions to seeking instead effective forms of intervention into systems of power in order to subvert them and replace them with others more preferable. And perhaps most strikingly, how feminist theory had moved from a concern with agency and equality to more far-reaching struggles directed towards female autonomy and difference. I remember how energized we all were by her vision of how female autonomy may introduce, for the first time in our recorded history, the possibility of dialogue with an alien voice, the voice of woman. As I read through the wonderful essays submitted by this year's keynote speakers, I was struck by how much they continued to register these foundational aspirations and inspiration, even as the field has expanded in so many rich directions. As Christina Crosby illustrates so movingly, pain in all its manifestations continues to incite theory in a variety of exquisite and productive ways, and theory, in turn, draws out of that pain the possibility for an extraordinary love in the present, for the future, but also for the past struggles that we honor for their foundational work. We are hackers, notes Amelia Jones, But we recognize the importance of the genealogies of feminist and queer theory to our development of hacker tools. After all, one must master the substratum of coding in order to know how to infiltrate and shift the codes. This in itself is an act of feminist perspicacity and generosity toward our forebears, which also requires a queer curiosity toward some of the blind alleys and mistaken fixities of these previous theories. Feminist theory is born out of, as it fosters, what Catherine McKittrick calls relational knowledges that assist in anti-colonial academic research and teaching, while also disrupting biocentric scripts, disciplined ways of knowing, and the spatial workings of knowledge. It makes possible what Kathy Weeks calls, in Life Within and Against Work, an alternative critical strategy that might hinge on the distinction between love and work and a vision of what subjects in relation could become in contrast to what they are. Critical standpoints grounded not in separate spheres of practice, but in the possibility of different qualities of life, not in a claim about who we are, but rather in a vision of who we might become, not in an essence, but in a logic of political desire immanent to existence. With these tantalizing words and the possibilities they inspire, I will turn the program over to the speakers. Please join me now in welcoming Jessica Nemakal, who will introduce Kathy Weeks.
Good afternoon. As Priscilla said, my name is Jessica Nemakal. I'm assistant professor of the practice here at Duke in International Comparative Studies and Gender, Sexuality, and Feminist Studies. I'm very pleased to have the opportunity today to introduce Professor Kathy Weeks as this year's first keynote speaker at the 11th Annual Feminist Theory Workshop. Kathy Weeks, who is professor of Gender, Sexuality, and Feminist Studies here at Duke, opened her 2011 book, The Problem with Work, Feminism, Marxism, Anti-Work Politics, and Post-Work Imaginaries, published by Duke University Press. A few shout-outs in the crowd. With the question, quote, "Why do we work so long and so hard?" This is a question that many of us may ask ourselves over the course of the next 2 days as we work together to think feminist theory and to contemplate the changing global terrain of feminist struggles. The questions she has raised in relation to working and to understanding work in relation to feminism, Marxism, and radical politics permeate all that we do as intellectuals, theorists, writers, readers, students, teachers, caregivers, and feminists. Professor Weeks asks us to recognize that work monopolizes our lives, from dictating the formation of subjectivities, from how we dress to who is in our social networks, to colonizing our imaginations with the limits demanded by the deeply ingrained hegemony of the work ethic itself. Professor Weeks not only asks us to consider what it means to work and to create, participate in, and take seriously movements against work, but also how to open concrete paths that lead to the construction of new forms of relations and social cooperation inside and outside of families. I promised Kathy that I would keep the biographical introduction portion of this introduction short and would not spend our time together reading her CV. But it is important to note that Kathy trained as a political theorist and earned her PhD in political science from the University of Washington. Her scholarship has emphasized how important it is to insist that traditional fields and disciplines engage with feminist theory and feminist theorists, a move that challenges and often destabilizes the boundaries of disciplines to consider archives, thinkers, political movements, and futures that would have previously been unthinkable. Indeed, Kathy's decades of work in feminist and Marxist theory and politics has resulted in a body of scholarship fundamental to the evolving interdisciplinary project of feminist theory. Throughout the years, Kathy has guided us in a return to the 1970s in an effort to recognize a counter-archive of Marxist feminism from the past as a way to read the future, a move towards, as she told me, bending time. In her 2015 article published in South Atlantic Quarterly, titled The Vanishing Dialectic, Shulamith Firestone and the Future of the Feminist 1970s, Kathy looks back at Firestone's The Dialectic of Sex and Airless Spaces, not to understand the history of feminist thought per se, but to, quote, render an artifact of the past a means through which to examine the current condition of feminist theory and to suggest future lines of development, end quote. Kathy's work is just as interested in imagining futures as it is in developing the conceptual tools thinkers of the past, from Karl Marx to Max Weber to more contemporary figures like Donna Haraway and Angela Davis, have given us to make sense of the present. To be honest, it was an intimidating task to put together a worthy introduction for a person whose scholarship challenges the notion that an individual's subjectivity should be premised on their work. Yet the contradictions of being simultaneously against work and deeply engaged in certain types of work are a social reality that face us all. Given the current terrain of the academic job market, the constructed crisis of not enough tenure-track jobs amongst institutions that have casualized academic labor at an alarming rate, many of us in this room find ourselves fighting not only for work, but for the abolition of institutions that continue to reproduce precarity. For me, Kathy's articulation of utopian horizons opens space to think beyond a life subordinate to work, a productive space where one can discuss and move towards radical movements, to break the institutions that reproduce inequalities, a space I hope we are able to find together over the course of this workshop. Lastly, I would like to note that just this week, Kathy was awarded the Robert B. Cox Teaching Award here at Duke. Please join me in congratulating her and welcoming her to the podium. Thank you.
Thanks, Jecka. That was a great introduction. Thanks also to Priscilla and the rest of the program for inviting me, and to Kim, Pamela, and Julie for doing all the work that makes all this happen. So this project is still very much under construction. So I'll be very, I look forward to your questions, criticisms, concerns, help. Okay. So love and work were once thought to operate in separate gendered spheres. The private realm of the family was where we fell in love and lived happily ever after. When we crossed into the public world of waged work, we entered into economic contracts to exchange labor for income. Or at least that was the story. In the 1970s, radical and Marxist feminists mounted a forceful challenge to this institutional model and social imaginary. By revealing the private household as an obscured component of the economy, as the primary locus of the reproductive labor necessary to productive labor, and a mechanism by which wages are distributed to some of those marginal to or cast aside by the labor market, feminist theorists demonstrated how the spheres of work and family were continuous rather than autonomous. Marxist critiques of wage labor were thereby retrofitted so that they could be applied to domestic work and the familial relations of reproduction. For example, using the wage work economy as a lens through which to rethink the institution of the family, the proponents of the 1970s demand for wages for housework named much of what happens in the household work as a way to make domestic work visible as productive effort, and so saying it deserved a wage was one way to do that. And at the same time, to insist that it's not something to celebrate or revere. After all, it's only work. By these and other means, 1970s feminists succeeded brilliantly in shining critical light on the heretofore hidden abodes of family, marriage, heterosexual love, and romance, and confronting the various modes of ideological mystification, naturalization, privatization, and romanticization that had shielded these institutions from critical judgment. While there's still much we can learn from the application of this early iteration of the Marxist feminist analytic, which, by showing the family as continuous rather than the antithesis of work, deployed a version of the separate spheres model in order to disrupt it, we live today in new times that require additional critical methodologies. These new times can be narrated perhaps most succinctly, or this is the way I thought I could do this really quickly, in terms of the passage from a Fordist to a post-Fordist regime of accumulation. One of the remarkable features of the contemporary post-Fordist economy is how traditional forms of women's work have come to characterize so many different kinds of employment. As many feminist political economists have by now recognized, the conditions elaborated by feminists to study women's labor have now become generalized conditions of work. Consider, for example, how the modes of mental and manual labor, once disaggregated across many industrial jobs, are now often integrated together with the labors of the heart and the soul in postmodern production or post-industrial production. To the extent that the flexible, caring, emotional, cooperative, and communicative woman has come to represent the ideal worker, women's work under Fordism has arguably become the template for, rather than merely ancillary to, post-Fordist capitalist economies. One consequence of these developments is that more and more of workers' subjectivities become folded into and fused with their identity as workers. If work is what we are, insists one self-help manual for how to succeed at work, then we need to change our relationship with work and change our relationship with ourselves. In the contemporary economy, similar to the unbounded qualities of household care work, the borders that were once thought to separate wage work from non-work time, spaces, and practices and relationships are widely acknowledged to have broken down. Wage work and its values have thus come to dominate ever more of our time and energy. On average, we only have 27,350 days on this planet, continues the same self-help tract, and 10,575 of those are working days. Hence, this author explains, we need to understand and recalibrate ourselves individually to the fact that life and work are intrinsically linked. The spheres of life that were once imagined as separated into heartless world and loving haven are becoming increasingly confounded in this topsy-turvy period with intriguing and sometimes disturbing results. Whereas in the late 1990s, Arlie Hochschild observed a trend in the emotional reversal of our commitments to work and family, so that many were finding work more home-like and family more work-like. More recently, Melissa Gregg, in her book Work's Intimacy, writes about the more intimate relationship that many workers have to work and the romance narratives used to characterize their love and happiness with it. And it's this last trend that will be the focus of the remainder of the discussion, because management discourse these days seem to be obsessed with love and happiness. Popular management consultants tell us that love and happiness at work are good for both employers and employees, and the only thing the employee needs to accomplish this affective rewiring and emotional disciplining, and employees, they endlessly repeat, are the only ones who can do it, is wide-eyed enthusiasm. These are all quotes. Do what you love, they preach. Learn how to love your work in 10 easy steps. Fall back in love with your job. Learn even to love the work you hate. That was my favorite. The future of work is happy. An often cited quote from one of the inspirational figures of this trend, Steve Jobs, distills many of the key themes of this literature. Quote, your work is going to fill a large part of your life, and the only way to be truly satisfied is to do what you believe is great work. And the only way to do great work is to love what you do. If you haven't found it yet, keep looking. Don't settle. As with all matters of the heart, you'll know it when you find it. And like any great relationship, it just gets better and better as the years roll on. So keep looking until you find it. Don't settle. End quote. As Miya Tokumitsu, I can never do that with a straight face. As Miya Tokumitsu observes, quote, happiness, love, passion, and self-fulfillment are today's work virtues, end quote. Whereas an earlier version of what Phyllis Moen and Patricia Rowling named the career mystique, which idealized the iconic Fordist employment contract, depended on the hidden material support and ideological cover of the feminine mystique of domesticity that Betty Friedan so effectively exposed, a new career mystique, a version that extols the emotional devotion and entrepreneurial zeal of the ideal post-Fordist wage worker, is banking on another familiar feminine mystique. That old cliche that women live for love and men for work that Shulamith Firestone struggled against in her 1970 masterwork, The Dialectic of Sex, must now be adjusted to a rather unexpected update. We should all love our work. As Melissa Gregg observes, this romantic fantasy that circulates around what she calls the present post-feminist workplace offers us a vision of freedom in, not from, work. Or to formulate it differently, and I think this is probably my best formulation of what I'm trying to do so far, under heteropatriarchal capitalism, the ideology of romantic love born of the separate spheres, an idealized and feminized model of love, is being harnessed not only to continue to assign domestic work to women, but to recruit all wage workers into a more intimate relationship with waged work. Perhaps comparable to the way that the Protestant work ethic can be construed as an ideology propagated by the bourgeoisie for inculcation to the working classes, the current discourse of love and happiness at work undoubtedly finds its greatest resonance among the technical, professional, and managerial classes. But just as the work ethic in the US today circulates widely in the culture, as well as among employers, public officials, and policymakers, as an unquestioned normative value, the mandate to love our work and be happy with it is arguably becoming increasingly hegemonic as a cultural script and normative ideal. The improbability of its claims about how workers can find delight in their jobs, its seeming irrelevance to the real conditions of most forms of employment, has not prevented the ideals of love and happiness in and through work from coming to set a broader cultural standard, one that affects a growing swath of workers. To be competitive in this job market and to hold on to, let alone advance within whatever job we might manage to land, we will need to adapt in some way and to some degree to the workplace feeling rules and affective expectations that are increasingly being imposed up and down the labor hierarchy. Whether that means an employee will be required to employ the transformative effects of deep acting to satisfy an employer's expectation of happy workers, or merely to display the approved countenance by means of surface acting, depends on the employee's location in the wage labor force. But given the shift in the balance of power between labor and capital under neoliberal restructuring, which bestows on employers the luxury of playing the field, more and more prospective employees, mindful of their ongoing employability, will need to work continually on their lovability and aptitude for happiness at work. To confront this new frontier in the transformation of work and its ideological supports, I want to approach the contemporary economy from another angle. Rather than building on a model that 1970s feminists pioneered and using the model of waged work to investigate the gender division of labor in the privatized household, in the analysis that follows, I borrow from feminist analyses of the so-called private sphere to better understand our attachments to work, to help us grasp the meanings it holds for us, the identities we invent and invest there, and the nature of our dependency on it. For my specific purposes here, I will isolate from that richly wide-ranging set of investigations into what had been deemed personal terrain to isolate a very particular point of focus. I want to draw on feminist critiques of the happily ever after narratives of heterosexual love and romance to investigate the management discourses of love and happiness at work. Now, this romantic discourse of wage work does not serve, as it does when combined with the discourse of domesticity, to disguise unwaged domestic work as a labor of love. After all, wage work is considered the epitome of what is recognized as work in this political economic moment. Instead, the popular managerial literature on love and happiness at work prescribes a certain subjective orientation to this work. Love and happiness are at once indexed to and detached from their traditional location in the romantic couple and the nuclear heteropatriarchal family so that they can be realigned with waged work. The literature poses love and happiness as the keywords by which employers can access more of the productive powers that, to adapt Marx and Engels' description, still slumber in the bosom of social labor. Right? The familiar cultural tropes of love and happiness are supposed to serve both as the way to tap into what is imagined as a vast reservoir of will and energy, and as the handle that employers can use to leverage that energy into productive activity. Despite the undeniable historical impact of these hard-won insights, as Stevie Jackson notes, the 1970s feminist critiques of love and romance have been relatively neglected in more recent feminist scholarship. Before I go on to make a case for the renewed relevance of these arguments, directed in this case to the terrain of waged work, it's worth remembering just how difficult it was to build this kind of critical analysis in the first place. In 1792, Mary Wollstonecraft bravely took on the ideology of romantic heterosexual love as a woman's raison d'etre, despite knowing that she could be accused of, quote, high treason against sentiment and fine feelings, end quote. By the time she published her 2003 polemic Against Love, Laura Kipnis observed that saying no to love was not perceived as treason so much as tragedy. Similarly, I think to come out in the current moment against loving work is to be less a heroic rebel than a pathetic loser. Firestone astutely observes, the panic felt at any threat to love is a good clue to its political significance. The panic, shame, or sense of being marginalized or excluded that the prospect of failing to love and be happy at work may evoke today is at once a testimony to the cultural authority of romantic love and a consequence of the naturalization of this new ethos of work, such that any failure to comply is attributed to an individual defect. The naysayer who refuses to cultivate the proper feelings about work is likely to be seen not as a killjoy, but joyless. How sad it would be not to enjoy these good feelings, so we are encouraged to think. How lonely not to share in this meaningful relationship. Moreover, in a society in which most people describe themselves as middle class, the failure to love and be happy with work risks marking you as an interloper, not entitled to the broader cultural benefits of membership in this class status. If love, regardless of an object, is a notoriously difficult target of critique, love at work proves particularly elusive as it wraps an already cherished value in the mantle of another unquestioned structure of belief, namely the work ethic celebration of work as an essential need, ethical duty, and end in itself. The discourse of love and happiness at work is thus, I think, doubly well insulated from critique. The first step in any critical project is to make the familiar strange. What is this romantic love that women were supposed to experience? T. Grace Atkinson wondered with a cultivated naivete. A hysterical state? A mindless condition? A frenzy? An arm's length of critical distance from this common sense about love is necessary if one is to obtain analytical purchase on the phenomenon. The question of what love is, however, was less pressing than the question of how it worked and what effects it had. How does it activate gendered subject and whose purposes or interests does it serve? That we should hope to fall in love and live happily ever after is the precept of an ideology. What must be determined was how it functioned and also to what ends. There are at least 4 ways that feminists understood romantic love and happiness as an ideological phenomenon: as propaganda, as mystification, as depoliticization, and as subjectification. And as we'll see, I think each approach has something to offer a critical analysis of the discourse of love and happiness at work. In its least compelling formulation, the ideology of love and happiness was depicted as something on the order of propaganda, positing a more or less direct causal connection between the ideas of the ruling class and the ruling ideas of the age. The dominant class, which was often men or the patriarchy for radical feminists, was pictured as a coherent group that actively and with some degree of intentionality attempts to pass off their interests as the common good. Firestone's description of romanticism as a tool of male power evokes this rather mechanical cause and effect model of instrumental power that appears with some frequency in 1970s feminist theories. While this is obviously not the strongest version of the analysis and certainly not representative of the best that 1970s feminisms have to offer, even this rather crude version of ideology critique bears some relevance to my project here, because at some level, the mandate to love your work and be happy with it has a very simple and straightforward rationale. the dictate to work more. Love and happiness, these management gurus explain, are endless reservoirs of energy, concentration, motivation, and somehow freedom. How do we make ourselves happy and in love with our job? Here's a typical response from the literature. Add new responsibilities. Start a women's studies program, get more involved, learn additional skills, add qualifications, and upgrade your game. Happiness at work, quote, a mindset that allows you to maximize performance and achieve your potential, end quote, is, as the authors often repeat, strongly linked with productivity. In other words, employers can rest assured that happiness is good for business. In this form, the advice conforms to the model of mere propaganda, consciously propagated ideas intended to induce an expedient response. And a first pass through the literature about love and happiness at work finds plenty of these rather ham-fisted efforts at indoctrination. Moving on to the more significant ways that feminists have approached the ideology of romantic love and happiness, its mystification function was a crucial point of focus. At least two material realities are obscured according to these critics. First, and most notably, the ideologies of heterosexual romance mask the operations of patriarchal inequality. Radical feminism, as one 1970s group understands it, quote, believes that the popularized version of love has been used politically to cloud and justify an oppressive relationship between men and women, end quote. This insight can be usefully adapted to our purposes of class analysis and in our present study, as the discourses of love and happiness at work are exceptionally effective at concealing the class hierarchies that subtend the ostensible equivalence of the parties to the employment contract and the power relations that govern work's daily grind. In fact, to back up a step, the very terms employer and employee downplay the class hierarchy that structures their relationship in a way that the older idioms of master and servant or hireling served instead to clarify. The language of romantic love takes this a bit further by promising an even tighter fusion of interests between the two parties. This bond would then deliver eager obedience on the part of managerially identified subordinates who, as part of their reward, can revel in a version of that delicious we of legible belonging that Simone de Beauvoir so brilliantly discerned within the figure of the woman in love. Indeed, the literature on love and happiness at work is remarkable for its insistence on the identity of interest that will be generated, that both employers and employees will profit equally from its recipes for emotional reform and affective discipline. In what is perhaps a way to make good on this claim about mutual advantage, the health benefits of love and happiness, a benefit that seems to be offered to the reader as an unassailably neutral value, are typically emphasized alongside productivity gains as if to ensure the argument in the event that the latter, productivity gains, are thought to accrue to the organization's bottom line more than to its human resources. Besides filling the classic ideological function of mystifying relations of inequality, feminists have explored the ways that the discourse of love and happiness also masked the role of economic motives and utilities. Romantic love, in its more traditional role as the provenance of the private family, has long been understood as the veritable opposite of the public sphere of economic interest and competition. The romantic narrative has long served to present marriage as a non-economic relationship and to code unwaged domestic work as non-work, a labor of love, that helps maintain the integrity of home as a compensatory ideal and haven in a heartless world. The unwaged but happy housewife that Friedan sought to expose as a fantasy figure is, as Sarah Achman notes, a representation, quote, that erases the signs of labor under the sign of happiness, end quote. The way that the ideology of romantic love serves as a disguised mechanism of work recruitment is nicely summarized in a radical feminist slogan from the 1970s, quote, it starts when you sink into his arms and ends with your arms in his sink, end quote. In this way, Romanticism works, as Firestone describes it, as a cultural tool to reinforce the division of labor that is fundamental to the sex class system, in her understanding. As the veritable paradigm of what gets recognized as work, waged employment is not magically transformed by our love for it into non-work. However, that's not to say that the programs for love and happiness in the job cannot also serve to downplay the strictly economic rationale of wage work as an income-generating activity. Confounding the purely instrumental rationale of the economic exchange of labor for income has been a key goal of the ideology of capitalist work since the Protestant work ethic claimed that hard work was a sign of one's status among the Christian elect. The effect of these new forms of managerialism, and probably also the intent, is to further de-instrumentalize our relationship to wage work as an income-generating instrument, to recode economic necessity as personal freedom. The contemporary literature insists that money is neither the source nor the measure of love and happiness at work, addressing at once managers and managerially identified workers, and they work very hard to hail us, as many of us as possible, into that latter category of managerially identified workers. The authors tend to foreground the importance of extra economic motives and rewards. As one author claims, work used to be something we did just to earn a living. Increasingly, the point of going to work is to be happy. The good news for employers is that money is not a significant factor in workers' motivations to work long and hard, according to this literature. Higher wages will not make a worker happier. Money cannot buy love. The adherence to what appears in comparison as a mercenary economic calculus, a pity tit-for-tat mentality, has or should have no bearing on real love and true happiness. Real love does not require a payoff, right? It is an unlimited individual resource. Indeed, by some of these accountings, the instrumentality of wage work should be reversed. Instead of working to support a life, these advice books often instruct the reader how to render life more functional for work. One author even urges would-be happy workers in love with the job to learn to manage their money more effectively so that financial worries won't distract them or prevent them from enjoying work. If we are entrepreneurial workers married or living with someone, another author advises us to set good boundaries, especially if you have children. Quote, there usually comes an awkward point in these books when the author tries to address, if only obliquely, the specific qualities of the job that the reader is supposed to love and find happiness in. Although it seems clear enough that the literature is addressed primarily to a higher wage, technical, professional, and managerial labor force, the authors attempt to cast a wider net, posing the experiences they recount and the advice they tender as broadly applicable to all workers. Now, one would assume that the nature of the work itself, the level of wages, the pleasures and pains of its daily grind, and especially the social value of the job's output, would matter a great deal in determining whether the job is lovable and the employees happy in their work. But the authors pay at most only passing attention to these issues and offer rather feeble guidance. For example, one author pauses midway into the analysis with this rhetorical question: what about when one's work violates the employee's ethical code? The answer, in short, is to dial down your hopes and expectations. Beyond recommending that they cultivate self-awareness and provide self-care for their suffering, the author advises concerned employees to adjust their attitude, to look for meaning in a job well done and in the possibility of doing something of value, even if it's only delivering some act of small kindness in the course of a day. We should foster the feeling that we're doing something good in the world, because figuring out how our job has a positive impact in the world will help you to maximize your conviction at work. That's one author. Just say no to alienation. That was me. Quote, you have to stop saying your company doesn't have a purpose or my job doesn't have a purpose. Purpose is a choice. Okay. Besides, don't read this stuff at home, by the way. I'm telling you everything you need to know about this literature. Besides masking inequality and obscuring the economic instrumentalities of love and work, the ideologies of love and happiness depoliticize love and happiness by individualizing their experience. The language of love is powerfully resonant with the figure of the individual. Love is private and personal, not public or political. The feeling of love is popularly construed as a singular and authentic in a way that would seem to render it immune to shared experience, let alone subject to managerial manipulation. Firestone explains how the romantic conception of the heterosexual couple privatizes or individualizes women such that they are, quote, blinded to their generality as a class, end quote. Commonalities are eroded as love and happiness are treated as uniquely individual events. Similarly, Atkinson considers women's retreat into the heterosexual couple, in her formulation, disarming themselves to go into the enemy camp, as a failure of solidarity among women. The ideologies of love and happiness at work also function to depoliticize the employment relationship by impeding the formation of collectivities and undermining relations of solidarity. One of the remarkable features of the various efforts to teach us how to love and be happy in our work is their advice to detach from other social relations. Stop all that excessive socializing, one author counsels. Avoid spending time with people who drain your energy, and learn instead to set better boundaries against such distractions. Solidarity is thereby recoded as a pathologized and not coincidentally feminized codependence. What interests me here is the profound individuation that's prescribed, as workers are invited to narrow their field of attachments and judgment to the successful reproduction of their own employability. But the work literature is actually aiming at something more difficult in two respects. The ideal worker of this discourse is at once individuated and networked. The happy worker, or rather the worker capable of and committed to well-being and success at work, as the literature often notes, is a force of contagion. Generally speaking, these authors know their affect studies, particularly about how affects circulate and accumulate in the spread of, in this case, productive energies. These are all quotes. The ripple effect of happy workers is one of the positive transpersonal consequences of human feelings, a way of infecting people around you with your energy and happiness, end quotes. In a precarious labor market in particular, which demands the continual cultivation of our employability, even when we may be often provisionally and temporarily employed, the maintenance of social networks is critical. So on the one hand, we're commanded to take full responsibility for our individual situation. On the other hand, when, as management guru Tom Peters tells us, it's all about the size of your Rolodex, social networking remains essential. Perhaps then it's more accurate to say that the discourse of love and happiness at work encourages productive cooperation while discouraging resistant solidarity. Clearly, this deeply individuated conception of love resonates powerfully with the neoliberal idea of the entrepreneurial subject. The love and happiness at work literature is united on at least one thing. Quote, the ultimate responsibility for your happiness at work can only lie with you, end quote. Learn to create deep reservoirs of resilience and stop acting like a victim, says one author, because, quote, you are responsible for your own levels of happiness, end quote. Sarah Ahmed describes how this insistence on personal responsibility for one's own happiness is translated into a solipsistic irresponsibility, namely, quote, the freedom to avoid proximity to whatever compromises one's happiness, end quote. Shed the employee mentality, these authors advise us. Craft a more entrepreneurial attitude towards your job. Remember, another author expounds, quote, the treasure you're looking for is inside you, not in the job market. And another, there's no gun to your head forcing you into your job in this fantasy world of unbridled freedom. Quote, if you don't like it, it's your own fault, end quote. Right? This has the added benefit to employers of being a relatively inexpensive way to boost productivity. This is a quote from one of these authors. Because the focus is on the individual rather than the workplace, it's easier, cheaper, and more flexible for organizations to implement. And this might also account for the growing application of these ideas about happiness and love to travel down the employment hierarchy. This entrepreneurial subject is, as Imre Seisman notes, the neoliberal subject par excellence, a model well adapted to the increasing precariousness attendant to contemporary modes of capital accumulation. The positive emotions of love and happiness are resources that independent agents can marshal to further their individual interests. The means, as Sam Binkley explains, a central message of this literature, by which individuals can free themselves as the vital, sovereign, enterprising actors who will have the best chance of surviving and thriving in the contemporary economy. Moving beyond the model of propaganda and the various mystifications and depoliticizing effects of this advice literature, the ideology of love and happiness at work can also be approached along more Althusserian lines, less as an epistemological phenomenon that trades in ideas than as an ontologically oriented project of subject construction. As a way to open this line of inquiry, consider the difference between happiness at work and the older discourse of job satisfaction. Whereas satisfaction with a job is described as situational and top-down, the wellspring of happiness is located within the individual worker. This distinction between satisfaction with and happiness at can, I think, be usefully mapped onto the distinction between manufacturing consent and manufacturing desire. As a program to cultivate an intimate desire for work, Love and Happiness at Work is perhaps best grasped as a biopolitical project rather than a traditionally ideological one, at least in the sense that the focus is more on a transformation of affect and energies on the organism than on merely changing ideas, raising consciousness, or shaping attitudes, although it wants all of that too. Once again, feminist analyses of love can afford us some critical leverage on this project of subjective re-engineering. The traditional heteropatriarchal model of femininity posits love for women not as a part of life, but as its very essence. In a formulation that the love for your work discourse might force us to complicate, Beauvoir recounts the presumed difference between love as merely an occupation in the life of the man and as life itself for the woman. A life without love and happiness would seem to be no life at all for the women Firestone describes, who are thought to require love in order to validate their very existence as women. The need for romantic love is thus imagined as so deeply entrenched in the structures of feminine subjectivity that women desire nothing so much as to be safely ensconced in the institutions, marriage and family, that will secure it. As Beauvoir describes the woman in search of love and marriage, quote, she chooses to want her enslavement so ardently that it will seem to her to be the expression of her freedom, end quote. After all, as Laura Kipnis reminds us in her polemic against love, quote, the most elegant forms of social control are those that come packaged in the guise of individual needs and satisfactions, so wedded to the individual psyche that any opposing impulse registers as the anxiety of unlovability, end quote. Similarly, who would not want to achieve more love and happiness in their life at work, particularly when they have no choice but to work for wages? Cultivating a deep love for work, comparable to the stereotypical feminine attachment to romantic love, may be an ambitious undertaking, but is also only one in a long line of capitalist structure subject infrastructure adjustment programs throughout its history. In this case, too, the goal is purportedly to help individuals express their freedom while also creating, as Mia Tokumitsu describes, a labor force that embraces its own exploitation. And really, this is the primary goal here. But there is more to the particular mode of subjectification through the management of affect and emotion to which the literature takes aim. In fact, there's a complicated mixture of attachment and distancing that a worker is directed to foster. Love your work and only work, but rather than overinvest in any particular employment relation, stay open to a lifetime of work on the model of lifelong serial monogamy. This is clearly a recipe for how to survive precarity. The goal is not to love the boss, the firm, or even the occupation, but instead to achieve a state of emotional flexibility and affective tractability. Be a risk taker and stop relying on a safety net, one author advises. After all, quote, too much security is death to your creative spirit. Oh, yeah, end quote. We should not mistake the employment relation for a relationship of care. Rather, we should expect and indeed welcome a job that is more temporary and contingent, to afford that level of investment in our persons. The workplace self-help literature seems to take its charge as teaching us to love being in love and to be happy about our capacity for happiness. The literature describes love or happiness not as an affective event attached to a particular object, but as a wellspring within a subject that ideally needs no outside referent. Love is uncoupled from the romantic couple, but not coupled with a different object choice. Rather, love and happiness are always already deferred. Sarah Ahmed aptly describes it this way: in wishing for happiness, we wish to be associated with its associations. Sam Binkley describes how happiness becomes identical to the ability to act in the pursuit of happiness. Love and happiness, unmoored in space and time, remain boundless capacities, limitless resources. The ideal to approximate here is something on the order of what one author calls, in loving terms, an emotional ninja, who can use such sentiments to their advantage in any situation. Or the reader is referred back to the self, to conceive work as an act of self-love and our capacity for happiness as a source of happiness. Thus, we are advised to invest affectively and emotionally in our identity as productive individuals. In the end, it's not really about loving your work so much, it would seem, as it is about fashioning oneself into someone who can love their work, or at least has the infective aura of someone who does. So this section is called Falling or Jumping. 1970s feminist theorists can also provide a way to approach the comparison Steve Jobs makes between looking for work and looking for love. And so this is quoting him again. As with all matters of the heart, you'll know it when you find it. So leap first, look, well, never. This notion of falling in love generated no little interest among feminists in the 1970s. The suspension of judgment involved in falling represents an interesting exception to the usual emphasis on the rule of reason, self-interest, and the sovereign will. Instead, a mixture of imprudence and passivity are posed as the keys to unlocking productive activity. Theorists like Firestone easily dispensed with this fairy tale or Hallmark card version of love. This kind of high romanticism and idealization of an already privileged race and class location wherein love and work could be imagined in terms of their maximum distance, wherein romantic love is unsullied by economic calculation, was a key feminist target. Tearing the veil off this kind of romantic idealization, Firestone identified such sophisms about love as just another way to bolster the gender division of labor, a cultural tool to reinforce sex class. Not to mention, and it is important to note that Firestone does not mention, focused narrowly as she was on the axis of what she calls sex class, the ways this particular idealization of love serves to maintain white supremacy and compulsory heterosexuality by pathologizing other practices of intimacy. Perhaps because her master category, sex class, evokes gender as somehow like class, Firestone does offer some tools to adapt to an analysis of this literature that's attentive to class. Interestingly, Firestone also claimed that, quote, romanticism develops in proportion to the liberation of women from their biology, end quote. Whereas economic compulsion and rigid gender norms were once enough to enforce the gendered regime of reproductive labor, As, quote, the biological bases of sex class crumble, male supremacy must shore itself up with artificial institutions or exaggerations of previous institutions, ends quote. So as Firestone describes with her signature sarcasm, looks like we'll have to help her out, boys, by bringing in an extra dose of ideological mystification. So you get more romanticism the more women are offered other choices. Borrowing this insight for our purposes here, it's also the case that the less one is forced to work for wages by the availability of other means of economic survival, and the greater mobility a worker has to move to a different or better job. That is to say, the more the worker is not subject to the far more typical conditions most workers face, the more the worker's relationship to work is likely to be romanticized. Once again, it's important to recognize that the subjectification project behind the prescription to love your work and find happiness there is similarly targeted and resonant for those workers less constrained by immediate economic need, or those workers who, due to a higher level of occupational capital, are less vulnerable to direct forms of managerial coercion. It is, after all, to the upper levels of the wage labor hierarchy, where workers may be in a stronger bargaining position vis-a-vis employers, that this romantic idealization of work as a matter of the heart would seem to be primarily directed, and where it is likely to find deeper acceptance, despite, again, the author's efforts and employers' tendencies to cast a wider net. According to Firestone, however, women are typically in too precarious a position to leave love to the chance event of falling. If love is a large part of how women, as she says, validate their existence as well as support themselves economically, as Firestone says, women can't afford the luxury of spontaneous love, end quote. Men might be in a position to indulge in the romantic fantasy of falling, but there is often too much at stake for women to leave it to fate or fortune, Firestone claims. Whereas Steve Jobs makes reference to the romantic ideal of falling in love, and another famous contributor to this happiness at work literature prescribes something that, okay, let me try this again. Whereas Steve Jobs makes reference to the romantic ideal of falling in love, and another famous contributor employs the only slightly more effortful language of leaning in, most of the love and happiness at work literature prescribes something that better approximates the far more active exertion of jumping. The love of work is not the stuff of romantic folly, one author assures us. It's much more down to earth and hardworking. Quote, falling in love with your job will take effort, another author warns. Good relationships, like even the best marriages, take work. Rather than the popular mantra of do what you love, that Mia Tokumitsu rightly takes to task for its class narcissism, for the ways that it keeps less lovable work out of sight and mind, this love what you do version is intended to carry more relevance beyond the technical, professional, and managerial occupations. You may not be lucky enough to do what you love, but you can suck it up, as one author says, and learn to love and be happy with what you do. In this respect, the focus is less about finding the one, the dream job that Steve Jobs says we should hold out for, but on how to settle with loving the job you have. Lest all this laborious effort to love industriousness sounds daunting, the good news, according to the sober warts and all approach to loving work, is that the work of learning to love your work is itself energizing and empowering. Hard work leads to happiness as much as happiness leads to hard work. Okay, this section is called a peek behind the curtain. The process of subjectification that is proposed in these discourses is nothing if not ambitious. Consider once again Steve Jobs' exhortation. Quote, your work is going to fill a large part of your life, and the only way to be truly satisfied is to do what you believe is great work. And the only way to do great work is to love what you do, end quote. In other words, since work is going to consume so much of our time and energy, we need to believe it's good work. And to believe it's good work, we need to love it. If you can't get out, it's best to go all in. The ideal embraces as at once inevitable and enviable waged work as a total world and end in itself, the object of boundless wells of subjective investment and identification, hope and desire. The remaining boundaries between work and life will wither away in this dystopia of discipline. Of course, this vision of a worker who is all in, without the intervention of overtly or even covertly coercive managerial initiatives, an employer's dream come true, is just a pipe dream. There are at least two major flaws in this program of resubjectification, 2 points where the ambition of the project runs up against the limits of the analysis on which it's built. The first problem with all this talk of love and happiness at work is obvious enough. Very few jobs are worthy of it. The authors instruct us to want what most forms of employment simply cannot deliver. As William Davies rightly observes, quote, "We have an economic model which mitigates against precisely the psychological attributes it depends upon," end quote. In the context of the contemporary economy, the promise of love and happiness at work is an example of what Lauren Berlant calls cruel optimism, insofar as the object of your desire, in her words, impedes the aim that brought it to you initially. If the first obstacle in the way of love and happiness at work is posed from the outside by structural forces, the second stems from within the literature's own program of what I will call performative adjustment. That the goal of this advice is to help us adjust to the status quo is not surprising. There's rarely any hint of preferring not to on the part of workers whose experiences are offered as anecdotes, let alone any active dissidence, a rejection of the terms of the employment on offer. In its crudest form, the literature offers recipes for the therapeutic adjustment of subjects to apparently impervious structures. Rather than respond with a call to take this job and shove it, this is another quote, the books try to teach us how to take this job and love it. As one book ended with that. Instead of asking what the boss can do for me, the same author advises the reader to focus instead on what I can do, right? Quote, "There's no point in blaming work. We have to look to ourselves," end quote. The performative dimension of this project of accommodation represents a distinctive feature of much of this literature. To achieve emotional and affective adjustment, we need only to practice it. To feel free, act free, one author advises. We can become hopeful, optimistic, resilient, and even valued. The trick is to rehearse being the person we want to become. But whereas many of the authors might forego essentialist conceptions of the subject, banking instead on the social construction of subjectivities, they do not necessarily relinquish their investments in social determinism. What is arguably best approached is a highly complex and protective constitutive relationship between doing and being, typically gets reduced to a relatively straightforward menu of a utilitarian action. Thus, by at least one of these accounts, a worker can be remade into a productive hero, a veritable, quote, love machine, end quote. Again, this is a highly simplified model of performative adjustment wherein performativity is reduced to a conscious program of individual self-fashioning with nothing in the way of structural support. To get at this critique from another direction, I want to compare this program, I apologize in advance for this part. I want to compare this program of performative adjustment to another psychological makeover curriculum with which it bears some striking similarities. The object of comparison is another advice book about how to love your work, in this case the work of a white middle-class unwaged housewife, Maribel Morgan's 1973 anti-feminist screed, The Total Woman. Does anyone even know what that was? Yeah, I had a traumatic experience with it because it's advice about, how to rekindle love in the marriage. And there's one point where she advises the housewife in this sort of like bewitched imagination of life in the suburbs to greet your husband when he comes home from work wearing only saran wrap. And that image just stuck in my head, has been haunting me ever since, so my gift to you. Morgan's best-selling book is a how-to manual addressed to wives interested in reviving romance and achieving love and happiness in their marriages. By employing Morgan's plan of performative adjustment to do some what she calls interior decorating on their attitudes, a wife could transform herself into a happy and loving, efficient and flexible, total woman. But even Morgan betrays some doubts about the effectiveness of this performative remedy of applied effort and willful subjective transformation. Listen to her advice to wives about how to prepare themselves for sexual intercourse on demand. Quote, "Tell him you love his body. If you choke on that phrase, practice it until it comes out naturally," end quote. It's as if she can't quite squelch her own insubordinate desires to stop herself from opening the curtain on this little bit of interior decorating. In this instance, the advice is revealed to the reader as merely a script to repeat rather than a meaningful project of resubjectification. The popular literature directing us to love at work falls short in similar ways. What aspires to be a biopolitical project that can drill down into so as to reorganize and redirect the subject's affective infrastructure is better described as an instruction guide for how to perform the emotional labor of service acting. So this is the last section, Down with Love. To think about how to fight back against this tide of workplace romanticism, I want to draw upon the theory and practice of the refusal of work that was elaborated from within the 1970s wages for housework movement. The refusal of work they advocated centers on a rejection of the ideology of work as highest calling and necessary center of social life, and prescribes a process of disidentification with the work ethic. The refusal of work can be understood as a twofold process that requires both an anti-work critique and a post-work imagination. It encompasses at once a critical assessment of the present organization of work and an affirmation of the possibility of a different future. Applied to the love and happiness at work literature, a first step in the process of refusal is to say no to their program of effective realignment and emotional adjustment. While appreciating that as individuals, we may have little option but to acquiesce by making the best of a bad situation, to attempt, as T. Grace Atkinson describes a woman entering the heterosexual marriage contract, quote, to recoup her definitional and political losses by fusing with the enemy, end quote. A palpable awareness of the ideological functions of the discourse is not an insignificant accomplishment. Perhaps most notably, it's important to recognize how this acclaim for flexibility and resilience, the celebration of self-reliance and creative exuberance, is intended to manufacture workers who will embrace rather than protest the precarious conditions and intensified workload that are increasingly endemic to the contemporary employment contract. One suggestion for a practice of naysaying is to insist on the re-instrumentalization of waged work. That is part of what the 1970s proponents of wages for housework advocated. Quote, more smiles, more money. Nothing will be so powerful in destroying the healing virtues of a smile, end quote. That was Sylvia Federici. Firestone's only partly tongue-in-cheek proposal for a women's liberation protest, a smile boycott, could thus be recalibrated as a contribution to anti-work activism. These workers who may claim to like their work just fine, but reserve happiness and especially love for other parts of life, could be characterized as figurations of what Sarah Achman calls the feminist affect alien, estranged by happiness, that she proposes as a form of negativity worth cultivating in this moment. The second moment of refusal involves a holding open of the possibility of an alternative organization of work and life that would not require the same kind of submission of life to work. Even the fiercest critics in the 1970s kept at least one eye trained on the horizon of a better future. The model of romantic love is corrupted by an imbalance of power in Firestone's view, but she also expresses hope that love could be experienced differently in an alternative institutional and ideological context. But it's not only the sex class inequality that degrades love in Firestone's estimation. The problem is also attributed to the narrowing of its object choice, its confinement to romantic coupledom and the institution of the family, or in the current context, to waged work. Why, Firestone asks towards the end of her chapter on romantic love, quote, has all the joy and excitement been concentrated, driven into one narrow, difficult to find alley of human experience, and all the rest laid waste, end quote. To the extent that we can attribute our emotional impoverishment in the economy of love to love's foreclosure in the institutions of capital, then we might approach the refusal of love and happiness work as a movement for their, and now I'm drawing on Firestone, their rediffusion over the spectrum of our lives. So this call for the rediffusion of love and happiness should not be confused with attempts to reclaim them for their traditional institutional location in the private family. On the contrary, confining them to what Michelle Barrett and Mary McIntosh aptly characterize as the antisocial family, a meager and miserly social form that, quote, sucks the juice out of everything around it, leaving other institutions stunted and distorted, end quote, would have the opposite effect of this rediffusion I'm talking about. Instead, we might find inspiration and guidance from efforts to reimagine love as a revolutionary force, the energies of which could be enlisted in radical political projects. A particularly compelling example of this can be found in Jennifer Nash's recent engagement with an archive of second-wave Black feminist writings about love and politics. Black feminist love politics, by Nash's reading, conceives love not along the lines of the individualizing and depoliticizing model of romantic love, but as a more capacious kind of communal affect and practice of care, directed towards a future horizon of radical possibility. Drawing on insights gleaned from this archive, Nash argues that love has been understood and practiced within some Black feminist traditions as a mode of affective relationality that can fuel new forms of social solidarity and political organization. Untethered from the private sphere and unbound from the cliched scripts of heterosexual romance, Black feminist love politics demonstrates that some have, and presumably others might learn to, cultivate forms of love that can attach us to others for the purposes of living together differently. So to conclude these speculations about how to confront this new addition to an enduring ethical mandate to overvalue work, one recipe for refusing the discourse of love and happiness at work is to insist on recoding our relationship to work so that love and happiness might be made available for redirection and reinvention in other spaces and towards other ends. And so here's I'm gonna end with this quote. This is a formulation from the 1970s Wages for Housework movement that I think nicely summarizes this double move of the refusal of work I'm proposing here as re-instrumentalization of work and rediffusion of love. And this is also from Federici. Quote, we want to call work what is work so that eventually we might rediscover what is love, end quote. Thank you. Okay. Questions, comments? Yes, I do want help. I'm not.
Amelia Jones here. I am in an art school, and there has been a wholesale transfer in some of the worst cases of Silicon Valley ideas of disruption and creativity that I find terrifying. And so what you're saying actually is kind of speaking to that. I thought maybe you could just amplify on the specific Silicon Valley variant
of this
situation.
Yeah, I mean, it's in Silicon Valley, but it's in a lot of places now. And that's what's really...
But I think it kind of, well, it didn't start there, but it blossomed.
Right. And I think it received some of its ongoing energy as it cycled through there, too. Yeah, and it's interesting, too, I mean, the way that it's figuring into art as a creative practice. So, some talk about how the figure of the artist now is in some ways now become the iconic image of the ideal worker. I think the academic in some ways is also, so that the artist is also then being folded. I mean, whereas the artist used to represent a kind of counter to it in some ways, I think it's being folded in so forcefully into this image of what it means to be a productive worker, because in so many ways we're supposed to be like artists in that way. So we're supposed to even embrace the kind of precarious position that artists often find themselves in society too, and recognize that as conditions that might enable that kind of passionate, creative energy that's always talked about is what they're trying to tap into with this discourse of love and happiness.
Yeah, that's part of it. And then I also run a curatorial studies program. So this curating word that gets borrowed by all these different industries. So if you organize your, whatever Instagram account, you're curating it.
Yeah.
All kind of terrifying. So there's like a feedback loop between the two.
Yeah, and this interesting collapsing of borders that were always fuzzy, but we used to imagine obtained between, the household and the economy, or the arts and the economy. It's all just sort of, becoming one interesting. There's as if there's no outside too. So what's the point of critique then if it's all folded within? Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, thanks, Kathy, and I love what you're doing with the 1970s work as a resource. I mean, obviously, but it's fabulous. My question is more internal to neoliberalism, or more specifically neoclassical kind of economic thought, because one of the things, just because of what I taught this week, but one of the things that I'm struck by is the fact that part of what neoclassical economics did through Becker and through household or family economics was imply a kind of, to apply a rational choice econometric idea to the family of making calculated rational decisions, and marriage and courtship are all about sort of these, comparative advantage and specialized division of labor and all of that. So maybe you haven't thought it through, and it's, again, because I just taught about this week, but in a way it's interesting to me to see a split within the neoclassical foundation of neoliberalism of one rationalizing the family, at least at a logical, or studying it, and then this other one as a kind of, I don't know. I mean, so one of the things is, would this be a critique of that, or is it I'm interested in the relation between these two moves. Of
the other move being the love and
market logic applied to understanding the family quite explicitly in Becker's work, and in economic writing about families and the household, and then this other direction of taking a private sphere affect, presumably private sphere affect, and applying it that way.
I see. Yeah, I mean, it's sort of interesting because it makes me think of sort of the relationship between that kind of study, like the Becker type study of the household, and then Marxist feminists, because in some ways they're both trying to demystify the family to show it as an economic project. Only one kind of looks at it as a market, it's classic sort of neoclassical versus Marxist. So Becker's looking at it as a market relationship, and Marxists want to look at it as a labor relationship, is really about a division of labor. So that's sort of interesting there too, even though they're both doing kind of, interesting work of demystifying it just by trying to look at it as an economic institution. I'm just trying to still get a handle on the love, like this new moment in some ways, because I think what I tend to think about this neoliberal moment is that for once, I don't think the household is any longer of interest to capital. And so, if you've been thinking the iconic sort of Fordist employment relationship, and even Ford himself really worried about his employees' family relationships and didn't want them to have other kinds of, their wives to work and have, other kinds of income generating activities, and he wouldn't hire women. He was really interested in creating the maximum conditions for what he thought would reproduce the labor. I think in this moment, capital doesn't care anymore about reproducing labor power. I just don't think it's really interested in the household in that way. I think it's just that's what's so weird about it in some ways, is that this love and happiness, it harkens back to, and it has its origins and lineages that I think most people would recognize in a kind of older model of, heterosexual romance that ends up in a family, that ends up in this privatized thing, but it's all being kind of taken out of that And I don't think there's any interest anymore in what happens in the family. I mean, I think in some ways that's part of what this literature is talking is about. And all of the authors talk about this too, is that, work, they say work is the employee's entire life. We have to understand that, right? They don't bowl anymore, according to that one book. They don't go to church. They don't do anything else, right? It's, work is all they have. And so, we want to make work everything. And, I think maybe in the 80s and maybe in the 70s, they played with the idea that work would be like a family, right? And so it was like certain kind of, they don't talk about that at all anymore, right? I don't think they really care, because now the worker is supposed to reproduce him or herself, like as an energetic subject. So it's a weird moment where it's sort of still grounded in this older separate spheres imaginary, but it completely blows it up too. Yeah.
We're going to go on the right side first, and then we'll get you on the left. Sorry, reverse that because I'm facing. Can you keep your hand up so the microphone person can start?
I had a question about the global distribution of the need to say that work is something that can be loved, because you still have places where work is considered the entirety of the worker's life, but not as something that has to be loved, just as something that has to be suffered. So you'll put suicide nets on the windows so that your workers can't jump out. And so I was wondering if this need to say that work is something that can be loved is some form of a concession or some form of a response to I don't know, to what I don't know. The other question was about what happens to the idea of love in saying that work is something that can be loved, because it seems to be a very unambivalent love. This is not unhappy love. This isn't love that suffers or love that is divided. So it seems that love itself has been made uncomplicated, and easy in some way.
Yeah, no, I think that's a really good point. And I think that's, in some ways, the message of this popularized literature is, they're trying to say it is easy, it is uncomplicated. And they do try to flatten it out in all of these ways. But again, it's that weird element where there's no it that's being loved. It's about, in some ways, it's always understood almost as a form of self-love, of loving one's own capacities to be this certain kind of, I guess maybe just capacity to be this sort of normative worker in that way too. So it's not really asking you to actually love the job, and certainly not, your coworkers or anything else. It's really, I don't know, there's something strangely, unmoored from it too. About the global distribution, I mean, I don't know really what you mean about could you say more about what you mean about this love your work being a concession or response to the reality that work is also murderous and unloved by so many people?
I just think that it's something that employers or capital seems to need to do in certain places. So perhaps it needs to do that in England, but they don't seem to need to do that in factories in industrial areas around New Delhi or in Beijing. That's not something that is felt as urgent or imperative in any way, something that you have to spend money or resources or just even something you have to construct an ideology around. And I'm curious about why that distinction.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm looking more within the U.S., but even within the U.S., I mean, obviously, I think it's pretty clear that this is originally targeted to, high-waged employees that, that because, and part of it, this is about this sort of post-Taylorist workplace where unlike in the factory, there's no way to monitor the work of these sort of immaterial effective labors. You can't necessarily offer scripts for some of this work. You can't necessarily monitor their behavior, right? So in the best way to sort of, manage their productivity and also measure it for the purposes of setting wages is to make sure that the worker comes in with its own ability to self-regulate, right? So you want to try to find workers who are already, intimately invested in work because they don't require the same kind of managerial investment. So they're obviously it's, originated with a certain kind of very, high value, high waged workers who had quite a bit of autonomy within this. But again, what's interesting me too in the US case is that it is filtering down. I mean, just as the sort of the language of professionalism filtered down from what used to be a really narrow list of what were professions. And now, fast food workers, part of their training is to learn what it means to be professional and to have this kind of self-disciplining, affective stance. So, I think these spread down to other forms of work. And that's what I'm interested in the US. Right? And I think there's obviously a huge dramatic sort of contradiction between the real conditions of work and these discourses of happiness and love. But nonetheless, I think that they can still nonetheless become expectations on the part of employers who always want, unless you're in certain kinds of jobs that really have no autonomy, they always want workers who require less governance and discipline, right? So finding workers who love the work, right? Employers throughout the employment hierarchy in the US, they keep saying they don't want workers with skills. They want workers with the right attitudes, right? Because you can teach skills. It's harder to kind of craft this kind of attitude that will ensure the subject's productivity even in the absence of direct oversight. So I don't know. I think in some ways this is growing out of and intended for a very select group of workers at the top of the sort of wage labor hierarchy. But again, it is filtering down, at least in the US, to other, particularly service sector industries, but not only those. So.
We had one in the back here.
Dr. Weeks, I really appreciated that. I'm fascinated by this approach that you have towards the work ethic. I'm a historian of labor, particularly in the area of slavery, and slaveholders used huge amount of resources trying to convince moderate Northerners that their slaves were happy. So I'm tossing these around ideas, and this actually dovetails with what you were just talking about. I wonder if you might discuss how this might relate in the context of slavery.
That's really interesting what you said, because my answer before you said that would have said it doesn't apply in the context of slavery. It's usually, this is about, a relationship that is not of sort of pure coercion. It usually involves an employment relationship where there's least understood to be some kind of, room to negotiate, or at least some kind of not that employees who don't require always strict supervision in some way. So I would have imagined it has nothing to do with slavery. Could you say something more about?
Well, what happened is that, what blew that open were the slave narratives saying, no, we are being completely brutalized. And Frederick Douglass is a perfect example of that, talking about the brutalization that deprived him of his manhood. And that was the sort of counterpoint to the slaveholders' arguments that the slaves were happy. And of course, during the Lost Cause era, the same case is being made, back during the Confederacy, our slaves were so happy back then. So this idea of happiness, when you mention the happy housewife, which I've taught that book too, and but I keep thinking about these arguments made by these slaveholders that trying to convince Northern moderates, abolitionists were already on their case, but that's why I was kind of asking if you had any kind of insight there that would kind of help me go in a similar direction in which you're thinking.
Yeah, I think that the kind of the architects of this happiness at work and loving your work, I don't think that they're as concerned with having employees that look to the outside as if they're happy. That was kind of the old work satisfaction discourse in some ways. I mean, I don't think this is about what it looks like for anyone else. This is about being able to access more of their productive energies of the workers, to have them be invested in this project of becoming happy and loving their work. So I think it's kind of quite different in that sense. Yeah, I mean, it's really about trying to alter the shape of labor power rather than just try to make it look like it's satisfactory as an agreement to some outside, party.
Kathy, would you be okay with taking a group of questions?
Yes.
So
Yes.
I saw 3 hands, one on this side and 2 over here. So we're going to take a group of questions here, and we'll start on the side. Can you introduce yourself?
Hi, Kathy, I'm Madeline. I just wanted to say, in regards to the family, maybe the family is still important to neoliberal capitalism as the place where care work is done in a privatized way after somebody could be, their body can be so sort of injured by labor, for example, and other things. And I was wondering in that sense, how employee wellness programs and the idea of stress, which I think is the kind of, stepsister of love in your narrative here. And the idea is, we all get asked to go to these wellness things and get biometrics and all that stuff. And then we get invited to anti-stress workshops where we learn that it's our own fault that our job is making us unwell. And so I think there's something connected in the narrative of love and the narrative of stress being our own fault that could be pursued.
Okay, yeah, that's really interesting.
So mine is almost exactly the same question as Madeline. What about care? What about, Kathy Rudy from Duke. What about not only child care, elder care, disability care, in these manuals, not in your mind, but in these manuals, is it all advocating institutionalization and nursing homes, or what?
Okay.
This is a really different question, and I came in just in time for Maribel Morgan, so maybe I'm barking up the wrong tree. But I found myself thinking about I should say I'm Beth Newman. I teach at Southern Methodist University, which has an enormous and powerful business school. So I found myself thinking about the vocationalization or the pre-professionalization of undergraduate education, which I went into many years ago thinking I'm going to love this, and of course sometimes I suffered, as one does for things that are difficult and that one cares about. But still, it was something that I felt I was there because I wanted to do what mattered, and maybe that was an act of bad faith, but I'm inclined not to think so. But I am just astonished how few of my students seem to have, I want to say, the liberty to imagine that they might have that relation to their education. So, as I said, a very different sort of question.
What relationship to their education?
Well, it's purely instrumental.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I didn't make that clear.
Yeah. Those are great, and I won't be able to do justice to them. But so for Madeline's point about the wellness programs, I think that those are really connected. I mean, every one of these books about happiness and love of your work has this chapter about sort of how to take care of your body, because it's really about trying to maximize your energy. So it's also about really concerned about what you eat for breakfast and how you exercise. And I mean, it's really about trying to turn the body into this, source of ongoing vitality. And I think that is part of what they're trying to do there too. And I think that I think even this vocabulary and love and happiness is even sort of just a kind of trope that they think will be recognizable to both parties as a way to kind of tap into that and get people involved in this program of making themselves well according to whatever standards of productivity. So I think it's all really implicated in a lot of this stuff. The idea that, the family is still really important to neoliberal capitalism because we obviously need it to deliver care for free, I think absolutely true. And I think it is essential. I just think that there's been a move where, capital and the government doesn't care anymore about it. It's still essential, but it's not they're going to pay for it, right? It's not that they're going to support it. So it's as if, they absolutely require it, but they're imagining that they can get laborers anywhere. I mean, so it's this kind of funny moment where, capital's lost its long-term planning capacity in some ways too. So, I mean, I think it's absolutely central, but I think we're in this moment where it's just really, obviously government has backed off from, trying to provide programs to supplement it. And, yeah. So, yes, absolutely is central. Kathy, they don't talk about care. They're interested in helping workers have better lives with work. And, in order to have a better life with work, you need to just kind of arrange the rest of your life more economically, so that you can have this rich experience of love and affection elsewhere. So it's almost kind of a reversal, but they don't really talk about, what to do with, the people you're supposed to be caring for. I mean, they're not interested in that. This is really advice about, succeeding in waged work. To the extent that they talk about it, it's about trying to do things more efficiently so you can lean into, waged work or enjoy it more and, expand, use it as an opportunity for self-growth and expansion. So they just really don't even address it very much. And Beth's about the instrumentalization of education. Yeah, it's just so sad. I don't really have much to say about it in terms of the love and happiness stuff. I mean, to the extent that maybe, there's this idea that, students are extremely anxious, for some very good reasons about their ability to survive in this new economy. And so that they're only, they're reducing a lot of their choices and their ways of thinking to education as just an instrument to be able to sort of, land in a better place in that economy, then, maybe they're hoping out for love and happiness at work and not necessarily in the process of getting towards there in some ways too. But I don't really immediately think about, what the linkages are in that sense.
You have one or two more?
Yeah.
Okay. I see three hands, so we're going to take Sid and then the two in the back. And please introduce yourselves.
Hi, I'm Sydney. I'm a sophomore in the Lit department at Duke. And I guess this is sort of related. I guess maybe it'll make linkages more clear between academia and love and happiness, because I'm thinking it less in terms of the linkages between the university structure and students, but rather the university structure and adjunct labor or graduate student labor, right? Yeah. Especially in terms of labor organizing work, right? Because the corporatized university model says you shouldn't be unhappy here. You're doing what you love, right? You should be passionate about what you study, and we're letting you work here and giving you, meager wages, but you should accept it because you're allowed to do this and you're not working like other forms of labor that I guess are stereotypically conceptualized as like hard labor and like real work, right?
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if you can speak to the ways in which, like, especially in academia, this idea of love and work is weaponized against workers.
All right, so we'll take those two hands that were up in the back. Can you put your hands back up? The mic's coming to you.
Hi, I'm Laura, and I'm in Duke Literature Department. So sorry to harp on this question of the role of the family under neoliberalism. I just think it's a really kind of interesting question, and sort of echoing some concerns that of the previous question regarding this. I also think that if we're really thinking about this as like a top-down discourse that trickles down, then we also have to think about sort of the things that it displaces, because upper-class women are now in a situation where they mostly can't care for their families themselves because they work so hard. And so this care work is given to Latina and Black women. And there's all these realms. I mean, at this point, like, upper class people in this country don't do their own laundry. Like all these sort of like micro things that are involved in care are outsourced. And so I think to really track sort of where care and affect are going through this process of outsourcing like all real care work to this racialized underpaid workforce is a kind of interesting piece of this that I think that your work allows us to start to track. And so if you have anything to say about that, I'd be interested in hearing.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, that's all. Okay.
Hi, I'm Lika from Central European University. And throughout your talk, I had to think about this trend also that we can start working at home. And I'm still waiting for the moment that we can start like sleeping at the office then.
Yeah.
But I wanted to ask you a question about love. And I was happy that towards the end of your talk, you started talking about Jennifer Nash's work. Mm-hmm. And I guess I just wanted to ask you to expand on this idea of reimagining love as a revolutionary force in this context.
Okay, great questions. So Sydney, I love that idea that love is getting weaponized against academic workers. And that's always been true, I think, of a lot of different laborers. I mean, that teachers, that was supposed to be one of the benefits, and one reason why teachers weren't paid well is because they're supposed to love their work. And it was also a feminized kind of job, and it was sort of understood that, that was sort of one of the payoffs or one of the motivations. But I have to say, I mean, it's even true, I mean, there's nothing that will make students more uncomfortable than to suggest that you don't love your job. I like it just fine. But, the idea, like, that's upsetting in some, sorry, I keep doing that. That's upsetting in some ways, too. So I think there's a kind of real expectation that comes in there, too. And it's really about sort of, I don't know, it's holding people it's expecting people to cultivate that very intimate relationship with work as a sort of a right and expectation on the part of students or administration or oneself too. And I think that's true of a lot of different jobs. Hey, who is it? Is maybe Mark Bosquet talks about sort of academic labor as this new kind of standard. And I have to believe that some of these authors who write about happiness and love at work are really studying academia and sort of the way that academics will always work for free. That it really doesn't, and we understand our work as a labor of love. I mean, I think if there's any group of employees, it's the tenure-tracked, stable, full-time academic, professoriate who really sort of buy into this in many ways. And I think some of the people who write about this are really looking to that as an example of people who have invested, and I might say even over-invested, in the job as something that they want to cultivate for other kinds of employment too. That's a really interesting point. So Laura's point about the outsourcing of care, I guess I don't really necessarily understand how the love your work discourse helps us understand more about this phenomenon of the outsourcing of care and the globalization of reproductive labor, except that it ignores it. I mean, I guess I just didn't understand how you thought it had a kind of bearing on it. You can just yell. Yeah.
Stand up and speak loudly.
Huh. Right. So it might be another sort of iteration of how these older discourses that had been housed as a kind of cluster of ideologies and associated with the institution of the family are now being disaggregated and something like that. And some of it's being used to get us to love our work, and others are being used to get us to reimagine what domestic work is as an employment relationship or something like that. Yeah, I think that's really an interesting point. I hadn't really thought about that connection at all. And then Lika, the love, reimagining love as a revolutionary force. I don't know. I mean, that's what I'm trying to offer. I mean, it's something that, came up with every radical feminist who talked about love in the 70s, that they weren't going to abandon it. I mean, they weren't just going to say, this term has too much historical baggage, we're just going to leave it by the wayside. I mean, all of them, I think, were interested in trying to reclaim it in certain ways. And one of the reasons I think Nash's work is so interesting is that she's really purposefully finding places where that sort of the romantic version of love was set aside or actively rejected in Black feminist work, and how nonetheless the political projects were understood as love, and it was really building an alternative understanding of what love. So love was still, an affect that would bring us together in some ways. Right? But an affect that would bring us together, as she describes it, in order to allow us to sort of reinvent ourselves and reinvent the world. And I think that was what's so interesting about it, because she still wants to preserve the language of love to talk about this kind of bonding and relationship of care, and then understand it as also related to the, the creation of new common worlds. So it's like the opposite of that radically individualized notion of love that is so much a part of what that popular romanticized version of it is. So I just think it's a really good example of it, but I think there's a lot of others as well too. So I know Michael Hart is working on revolutionary love from a number of different sources, so he would be a resource too.
So I think we're out of time now, and I'm probably supposed to invite you for refreshments. Yeah. Okay.
Thanks. Do I get up here?
So
She has a microphone.
Please make your way to the course room. We're about to begin our next session. Please make your way to the course room. Thank you.
Okay, so everybody, take your seats. And wow, that's the miracle of technology. Yes, because we love our work. So the first important message is that because you love your work so much, we're supposed to tweet about it. That's how you can tell you love it. And you can tweet to hashtag, no, not to. Sorry, they should ask someone who actually knows more about tweeting. I don't think you tweet to, but you use that hashtag FTWDuke. Is this right? Is that how? Okay. So yeah, we want a robust Twitter stream going here. Okay. So unbeknownst to Christina Crosby, here to my right, I have been stalking her for a very long time. I first encountered Crosby while she doesn't know any of this. I first encountered Crosby while reading the now canonical 1992 anthology, Feminist Theorize the Political, edited by Judith Butler and Joan Scott, where Crosby's essay, Dealing with Differences, offers observations that spoke to me then and still resonate now, today, in this room and at this workshop. Wrestling with the thorny problem of differences and diversity in universities, Crosby presciently argues, quote, these questions are especially pressing given the widespread attention now accorded to diversity and the fractious debates over the politicizing of the university. To approach these questions, this is still Crosby, I will return to women's studies, taking this field not as marginal to the academy as a whole, but rather as an exemplary discourse in which difference and differences have had a long career and in which theory has always been articulated with politics. So I read this essay in my first year of graduate school as I had barely embarked on a PhD in history. No sooner had I begun to study something that I thought I understood, women's history, than Christina Crosby came around to tell me that I needed to critically reconsider both women and history. Quote, to specify is not necessarily to historicize, Crosby cautioned. Sorry. Effective history, which is to say knowledge which is not a reflection of the already known, the taken for granted, the obviously true, introduces discontinuity into knowledge, not only being. That is, knowledge, if it is to avoid the circularity of ideology, must read the processes of differentiation, not look for differences. So I was already in trouble she got me in trouble before I even started my PhD, really. Crosby's first book, The Ends of History, hair situation here. The Ends of History, Victorians and the Woman Question, published by Routledge in 1990, deftly puts literary studies in conversation with philosophy and history, and, taking up the challenge of interdisciplinarity, guides her readers to a more critical perspective on all of these disciplines. As one reviewer notes, The Ends of History, quote, offers fresh and courageous thought, as is obvious on every other page. In the spring of 2004, this is where we get into serious stalking. In the spring of 2004, as I was preparing to embark on a summer dedicated to revising my first book, I received an email from our colleague Robin Wigman. Attuned to my desire for a change of scene, Robin told me that a friend of hers had a nice apartment in New York City that I could sublet. The owner's partner, Robin explained, was a professor at Wesleyan and had been in a terrible cycling accident. So not only have I been stalking Christina Crosby for a quarter century, I spent the better part of a summer sleeping in her partner's bed. Some people will stop at nothing. By the time I encountered Crosby's stunning memoir, A Body Undone, Living On After Great Pain, I myself had been through 2 major cycling accidents, both resulting in serious concussions, broken vertebrae, and technicolor contusions. At first, when I read this book, I could barely see past the unsettling account of such a freak accident. An experienced and highly skilled cyclist getting a branch caught in her spokes as she ascended a hill. This was no rookie careening wildly on a descent, and the enemy was a branch, a tree branch, rather than a careless driver or a cell phone fixated pedestrian. As Crosby's many admiring reviewers have noted, what follows is not some treacly account of triumph over adversity. It is the work of an immensely gifted reader and writer considering the text of her own body, immobilized and yet still in constant pain. Unable, as she notes, even to fart, but remembering the physical pleasures of sex with her partner Janet, of dressing up in a silk shirt and leather pants for a night on the town in New York City, of expertly shifting through gears to maintain her cadence as she conquered a hill on her bicycle. I've now read this, sorry, I'm gonna get choked up here. I've now read this book several times. I've listened to Crosby read it. I've assigned it to students and gifted it to family and friends. I am mesmerized by this personal exploration of the questions that have absorbed feminist scholars for decades, of sexuality and embodiment, of family formations and psychoanalysis, of affect and the pleasures of intellect. I can think of no book that better conveys to academics and non-academics alike why feminist theory matters even, or perhaps especially, in moments of crisis. When I learned that Christina Crosby would be offering a keynote address to this year's Feminist Theory Workshop, I cleared my calendar and jumped at the opportunity to introduce her. So it is an immense honor to welcome to Duke a scholar whose thinking and writing so forcefully demonstrates the power of feminist theories. Please join me in welcoming Christina Crosby.
Thank you for that affectively rich and remarkable introduction. And thank you to everybody who has worked to get me here, all the staff who have worked, and for the initial invitation to come and participate in this event. I'm very pleased to be here. Loss is inseparable from what remains. I grew up in central Pennsylvania, where in the 1950s, coal-fired furnaces heated most homes. Now and then, my father would shrug on the coveralls that hung on a hook at the top of the basement stairs and go down to the coal bin. There he would shovel the coal toward a big heap that the screw conveyor penetrated. Lump by lump, the coal was passed along by the auger until it dropped into the firebox of the furnace. If the auger jammed, fire could travel from the firebox down the auger and into the coal bin. So my father would make sure that the auger was working properly. Then he would open the door of the firebox to make sure that all was well within the furnace. I remember standing beside him one time when I was very small. He pulled on his heavy leather work gloves and lifted the latch of the small, heavy steel door on the side of the furnace. I remember standing beside him. The door swung open, and I saw a white-hot fire, burning hotter than anything I had ever imagined. The fire leapt out into the cool of the basement. I was far from a fearful child, but some nights lying in bed, I would get spooked and start thinking about that fire in the furnace and wonder if flames had somehow escaped into the basement, threatening catastrophe. I grew up and pretty much forgot the inferno that burned below. My parents put in a gas furnace, so small, so clean, so coal deliveries came to an end. Childhood terrors, however, have a very long reach. Just after I turned 50, I broke my neck in a cycling accident. In the rehab hospital, and for months afterwards, as my body tried to recover from the shock to my central nervous system, I suffered terrible neurological pain. I felt buzzing and burning that sometimes ran just under my skin, and at other times entirely suffused my legs and arms, my hands and fingers. Billions of synapses sparked and snapped. Perhaps the worst thing about the pain was the inability of the physicians to throw up a chemical barrier that could control it. One night in the hospital, I awoke from a terrible nightmare. I had dreamt that my entire skeleton was burning, every single bone lit by a white-hot fire that burned with intense pain. For weeks, I had been struggling to understand the unrepresentable and incomprehensible neurological destruction, and had been at last vouchsafed a vision of all-consuming, unquenchable fire, alive with the fascinations and terrors of childhood. It seemed to me an emblem charged with significance. That fiery skeleton would not, I think, be out of place in Albrecht Dürer's allegorical engravings, and would find its place among the menacing figures in Night, Death, and the Devil. You can contemplate that. A few weeks later, another nightmare visited my bed. I was burning again from the soles of my feet, up my legs, my buttocks, around my abdomen, around my back, and down the length of my arms and hands. Yet my skin was intact, and the fire was somehow both outside and inside my body, invisible. I awoke to neurological pain suffusing those tissues, and was able at last to grasp the comprehensive scope of my injury. I had understood, sort of, that my legs were completely paralyzed and my shoulders, arms, and hands profoundly compromised. I had not, however, grasped that I was quite incapable of sitting up without support, because my abdominal and back muscles were paralyzed too. Taken together, the nightmares comprehend the scope and seriousness of neurological damage to my central nervous system. I was injured skin to bone, from the soles of my feet to my sternum. I had to incorporate somehow a new bodily schema and give over the body I had been for 50 years. Slowly, my central nervous system began to recover from the initial shock of injury, and the pain receded. In arduous therapy sessions, I painstakingly learned how to move this new body through space. The months of hospitalization now seem suspended out of time in my memory, and I've been living for many years with the body I became on October 1st, 2003. I'm thankful that the drugs I take 6 times a day mostly reduce neuropathic pain to static crackling in the background, though when I miss a dose, I'm quickly reminded of how bad can be. In the writing I have done about my life, I have tried to keep faith with the nightmare visions of flaming bones and burning skin, and not be diverted by the public demand for a story of healing and renewal, suffering and redemption. I want to be clear. I'm leading a life that is not only livable, but abundant in many ways. I'm situated far more securely, almost unimaginably so, than people with spinal cord injuries who are dependent on social service, disability income, and Medicare or Medicaid. Believe me, I'm quite alive to the difference. Only a small number of us can find jobs, and dependence on inadequate state services is wearying to the soul, and now absolutely terrifying. Yet the catastrophic injury I suffered did break my life in two and create a body of two minds, as it were, one engaged with life and the other drawn toward easeful death. All too often, I'm reminded of what I'm lost and confronted with what I must endure to go on each day. The inevitable infirmities of old age await. At the hospital for special care, the rehab hospital, my rehab was slow because of the difficulty the physicians had controlling the pain. There was a psychologist, Dr. Bellevue. Perhaps his name decreed that he would see depression as an ever-present threat to the health of the patients. To be fair, depression does all too often trouble people in the aftermath of spinal cord injury. Acedia, the inability to feel, to truly care about anybody or anything, makes life itself burdensome, as it can feel in the wake of paralysis, loss of bowel and bladder function, loss of sexual sensation, susceptibility to skin breakdowns, the deficits of a damaged central nervous system go on and on. It's true that I cried many times every day when I was in the hospital. I cried for all that I had lost, a body and a way of life that I loved destroyed. I cried with Janet at my side, straight through the weekly meetings of the team who cared for me, my physiatrist, nurse, and the occupational and physical therapists. At each of those meetings, I declared through my tears that I was not depressed, though I cried every day I was hospitalized and continued for many months after I was living at home. Yet in every day of every month, I loved Janet and rested secure in her love for me. I did not suffer the blankness of depression. Rather, I was dispossessed by grief. I cried because there was no getting better in my future, though I did everything I could to recover strength and function. Both in the hospital and for a year and a half of outpatient therapy, I worked my butt off to regain strength and range in my arms. I worked hard to strengthen my grip. I wept nonetheless for the destruction of the daily life that Janet and I had been making together. To be struck by catastrophic injury the moment I turned 50 just seemed too cruel a fate. I didn't need a support group. I was just infinitely sad. 2 years after the accident, I was at last able to return to work half-time at Wesleyan University. I started reading in the field of disability studies. I quickly learned that disability is a deeply contested concept and that there is a scholarly critique of the historical wrongs done in its name. Scholars and activists alike are working hard to rethink what disability itself means and how to represent as positive goods body minds that others may wish to control or cure. I discovered a vibrant scholarly literature and a field that carefully attends to first-person accounts of living as disabled. I also found a field reticent on the subject of pain and about grief nearly as silent as the grave. As I began to write, I discovered that these two affects, physical pain and psychic pain, were fundamental to what I had to say. So I turned to the abundant feminist and queer scholarship on embodiment and effective life. David Ang and David Kassanjian's important book on grief, Loss, on the Politics of Mourning, is a volume in which queer scholarship, critical race studies, and post-colonial work intersect in both individual essays and in the volume as a whole. In their introduction, Ang and Kazanjian follow other queer scholars in revaluing melancholia. From Eve Sedgwick's work on shame as an unavoidable and formative affect of childhood that sometimes proves decisive for queer subjectivity, to critically queer scholarship responding to the devastations of the AIDS pandemic, queer studies has attended to feelings of loss and tentative belonging. Ang and Kazanjian join mourning. Excuse me, I'm having a little trouble. Ang and Kazanjian join mourning to these losses, to questions of racial melancholia, capitalist remainders, and the end of immediate revolutionary possibility. They write, "Loss is inseparable from what remains, for what is lost is known only by what remains of it, by how those remains are produced, read, and sustained." Disability, from the first marked by its negative prefix, joins these other occasions of loss and possibility. Ang and Kazanjian's interest and mine lie in what loss makes of ongoing life. By carefully attending to the impress of loss, a future, however tentative or bold, may emerge. Time will not, however, ineluctably bring progress in its wake, any more than grief will in stages pass away. The process of mourning does not go stage by stage toward healing, despite an essay in Psychology Today you might consult online. Reading it, you would learn that when mourners reach the state of so-called integrated grief, many people say they have a better outlook on life, live more intentionally, rearrange their priorities. Trust me, this is a very weak reed on which to lean. Mourning is not bound in that temporal way, but many of you probably know that already. Ang and Kazanjian discuss instead a process that stays with loss as a way to honor what is gone and give shape to what will come. Mourning is not a progressive affect oriented toward a vanishing point on the shared horizon of a uniform social field. We are not all headed in the same direction, on the same clock. Time does not heal all wounds. In a metapsychological text titled Mourning or Melancholia, Introjection versus Incorporation, the analysts Nicholas Abram and Maria Torek developed the concept of introjection as a process by which the infant responds to the absence of the mother's breast in the mouth, that first irreparable loss. This absence pushes the infant to explore the oral cavity and begin to find its way to language. The wants, I'm now quoting, the wants of the original oral vacancy are remedied by being turned into verbal relationships with the speaking community at large, since language acts and makes up for absence by representing, by giving figurative shape to presence. It can only be comprehended or shared in a community of empty mouths. Abrams and Torek go on to argue that melancholic affect follows from the failure to introject. Melancholics, they say, are unable to find language to represent their loss because they respond to the absence of the because they respond to the absence of the loved one by incorporating it, swallowing what has been lost as if it were some kind of thing. By objectifying and consuming loss, the subject refuses to accept what is no more and refuses to mourn, sparing itself pain, but thereby blocking communication. The mouth remains empty and the subject downcast. Sigmund Freud theorizes a more straightforward, albeit quite painful, process of mourning that works out the loss of any dearly held ideal, precious object, or precious person. He says the need for this work is clear. Reality testing has shown that the object no longer exists, and normally, respect for reality gains the day. Decathecting or withdrawing from what is lost is, nonetheless, agonizing. In Freud's account, the terrible work, much of it unconscious, of detaching from what's lost moves forward, and time closes up the rent in your world. You slowly attach to new objects. I have turned to these theorists in my effort to approach grief as an object of knowledge. I'm trying to find in Abraham's and Torik's community of empty mouths, where all have suffered loss, a way to address the transformation I have undergone. I've come to understand that the work of remediating absence by speaking of it is never simply over or decisively finished. Loss can never be stripped of its power to wound, because representation is never able to simply make present what once was, nor decisively conclude the effort to do so. Mourning is not a linear sequence of stages, but rather a cyclical, iterative process that repeatedly returns you to the presence of what you have lost, so you must lose it again. Or perhaps the repeated returns inscribe a spiral that takes you back while through the same process moving you away. I've come to think that the distinction between mourning and melancholia is a useful heuristic, but no more. I've lost not a person, but a body. With it went my sense of self. Gone is the tactile world in which I felt at home. So I shelter in my mind my lost body and actively recall vividly detailed memories of how my body felt at play and at rest. Against unconscious withdrawals from that body, I strive to incorporate it as best I can. The genius of melancholy shadows my inner life. In thinking about loss, Engin Kazanjian turned to Walter Benjamin, for he is one of the great and melancholic theorists of loss. From his 1925 study of Baroquely allegorical German mourning plays, through his work on Paris, capital of the 19th century. His notebooks on Parisian shopping arcades and the phantasmagoria of capitalist modernity is now published in English as the Arcades Project, the record of a decade of research in libraries and archives. It's likely that the book manuscript that he was writing that drew on that research is lost forever. His last complete piece is an essay he mailed to Hannah Arendt in 1940, As the Nazis Gained Ground, which has been published in English under the titles Theses on the Philosophy of History or On the Concept of History. In paragraph number 4 of 18, he famously describes an oil transfer print by Clay that biographers tell us was one of his most valued possessions. This is Benjamin. There is a painting by Klee called Angelus Novus. An angel is depicted there who looks as though he were about to distance himself from something he is staring at. His eyes are opened wide, his mouth stands open, and his wings are outstretched. The angel of history must look just so. His face is turned toward the past, where we see the appearance of a chain of events. He sees one single catastrophe, which will unceasingly pile rubble on top of rubble, and it hurls it below his feet. A storm drives him irresistibly into the future, to which his back is turned, while the rubble heap before him grows sky high. That which we call progress is this storm. I confess to having read that many times and had no idea what it meant. In Benjamin's hands, Klee's figure is allegorically transformed into the angel of history that looks down appalled at the wreckage, continuing to pile ever higher at his feet. The angel would like to pause for years in the archives, as Benjamin himself paused, to awaken the dead and piece together what has been smashed. For not even the dead will be safe from the enemy if he is victorious. And this enemy has not ceased to be victorious. Right-wing, right nationalist victories in Europe, Britain, and the US make vividly clear that this enemy continues to be active and sometimes triumphant. How, then, are we, in our own time and place, to attend to the past, care for the dead, abide with our losses? I don't think we should all descend into the archives, but I do find it helpful to think about Benjamin's angel of history, whose astonished gaze is directed resolutely backwards. Eng and Kazanjian know that absence shapes what is present. Grief abides in both public and private life. This is a powerful truth, whether you are thinking about the lives of many or the lives of one. In The Origin of German Tragic Drama, published 15 years before the theses on history, Benjamin studies plays written in the 16th and 17th centuries, during and shortly after the Reformation and Counter-Reformation, when religious wars burned on generation after generation. And that is the time of an emblem like that. On stage, bodies pile up in treasonous palace intrigues. Benjamin argues that the proliferation of detail renders these dramas emblematic, like the allegorical etchings of Albrecht Dürer, in which easily recognizable objects bear iconographic significance. He writes, "Whatever this era picks up, its Midas touch turns into something endowed with significance. Its element was transformation of every sort, and allegory was its scheme. Knowledge, not action, is the most characteristic mode of the existence of evil." Christianity is very clear on this point. Humanity's first sin was to disregard the Lord's commandment, forbidding Adam and Eve to eat of the tree of knowledge. Benjamin develops an erudite reading of these plays as allegories of endless betrayal, tropologically entangled with evil, as the events enacted on stage signify an irrevocably fallen world overseen by death and the contemplation of bones. The tragedies of the Trauerspiel are of the are of the thoroughly sublunary world, the evil, mundane, and mortal. Yet Benjamin argues that ultimately the dramatic intention faithlessly leaps forward to the idea of the resurrection. Death is rebuked by transcendence, as in the last couple of a famous 17th century English sonnet. One short sleep past, we wake eternally, and death shall be no more. Death, thou shalt die. Wounds heal, bones knit together. I wish, nonetheless, to be faithful in my contemplation of brokenness, and to learn from the orientation of Benjamin's angel of history. He can neither turn away nor remain in place. I live on, moving inexorably further away from catastrophic injury. But I continue in my thinking to piece together what has been smashed, not to reassemble myself as unbroken, but to trace the fault lines of the break. I'll give you the happier picture, if we can call that happy. In the years after my accident, as I began to take up public life once again, I discovered that most accounts of disability would first describe losses and setbacks, then readjustments and rehabilitation, so that in the end the disabled person would inhabit a newly renovated life. I'll give you one example only, inconsequential and hyperbolic, but nonetheless telling. The local Middletown paper ran a story about my accident and recovery, focused on a fundraiser done by my generous massage therapist and some of her friends. They raised more than $1,000 towards the new minivan we needed to buy and get modified so that I can drive independently again. The Middletown Press ran the story as their lead article, first page above the fold with a big picture, Carol told me excitedly as she handed me a copy of the paper. I was truly glad that her business, the Therapeutic Massage Center, got good press, but there in large type was the headline, Massaging Away Tragedy. I cocked my eyebrow, if I can cock my eyebrow. Many scholars have taught us that feelings are rarely a private matter only, but are rather powerful affects working in public. There's little care taken for how grief over the destruction of a faithfully honored ideal, a way of life lost to the anonymous pressures of market forces, or the numbing repetition of lethal violence against black and brown bodies, all these losses are painful and leave their impress on bodies and minds. Yet the sufferer is encouraged to move on and may wish to hurry away sad thoughts. Coming undone is thought unseemly, as is publicizing your abjection. In my case, massaging away tragedy transforms spinal cord injury and the disability that followed into a testament of human resilience and a triumph of the will. Such affects contribute to making the way we live feel inevitable and subjectively imperative. The scholarship on public feelings has been a tremendous resource for me as I've thought about how it feels to live with the compounding deficits of spinal cord injury, and my continuing interpolation into the condition of life called disability. As I began reading in disability studies, I learned that a social model of disability has decisively critiqued and displaced an older medical model. When the neurosurgeon in the hospital first examined me, said to Janet, she will have deficits, possibly, probably quadriplegia, he spoke in diagnostic language that centered loss and incapacity in my body, suddenly disabled by spinal cord injury, using terminology both ominous and mystifying until you've been thoroughly inducted into life at the hospital. In the social model, on the other hand, disability happens repeatedly over time. I am disabled not by injury and subsequent paralysis, but when I encounter barriers in the built environment that exclude me, and dismissive or infantilizing attitudes that assume I'm unable to help myself. I become disabled by an inaccessible built environment, or by the person who ignores the diagonally striped lines next to a handicapped parking place that is marked van accessible, so that when I return, I find that I can't let down the ramp I need to get back into my car. And you're never going to do that again, right? No, you're not. It's tempting. More broadly, I'm disabled by a world that doesn't care much whether someone in a wheelchair can participate in public life, whether it's a matter of the stairs at City Hall or the high threshold of a restaurant. Dismissive attitudes have a long and violent history behind them. The historian Susan Zweck has written a book on the municipal legislation called Ugly Laws, first passed and enforced in 1876 San Francisco. These city statutes moved unsightly mendicants like amputees from the Civil War, blind people, paralyzed people, people disabled by chronic disease, off the sidewalks where they begged for a living, and into the cold comfort of charitable institutions. The incarceration was, after all, for their own good. In short order, there were similar laws in Chicago, then in municipalities all over the country. Institutionalization of the handicapped reduced them to a diagnosis and put them out of sight and out of mind. No wonder one of the early books in disability studies is titled No Pity. Social disablement creates real problems of nomination. Calling myself disabled is in fact inaccurate, given that the deficit is in the built environment, not me. Yet the fundamental distinction between ability and disability is so profound that I have not discovered yet an adequate way to write or speak about myself without reproducing the logic of that hierarchical binary. Other descriptive terms, incapacitated, unfit, injured, impaired, undone, are also marked by prefixes negating a positive state. Those prefixes have occasioned me some real trouble as I have searched for ways to represent the life that I'm now living and the body-mind that I now am. Far from seeing disability as a deficit rightly marked by negation, leading scholars and activists convincingly maintain that being differently capacitated can have real advantages. Autistic activists understand themselves as neuroatypical, which endows some with enviable abilities of memory and quick mastery of highly abstract thinking. Deaf people have developed over a century not only a language and educational institutions, but ways of being together in deafness that capital D deaf understand as a fully elaborated culture, not a disability. Parents of Down syndrome kids argue vigorously that their child's so-called deviation from the developmental norm should rather be understood as benign variation among all the other variations that make for a richly diverse humanity. Crip pride turns the table on the disabling world and orients non-normative body minds to a future of our own making. Disability has become many things since the development of the social model. An identity to be claimed, disabled and proud. A civil rights movement. What do we want? ADA. When do we want it? Now. A rhetorical prosthesis that props up narratives. The little lame doll's dressmaker, Jenny Wren, in Dickens's novel, Our Mutual Friend. A canary in the mine of neoliberal politics, most vulnerable to cuts in sorry, I lost my place. Most vulnerable to cuts in public services, a wrench in the works of capitalism, unproductive bodies that don't labor. In other words, it's a vibrant and various scholarly field. Disability has become a starting point from which to consider whose capacities are rewarded and enhanced, whose neglected and exploited, an approach that articulates with other critical analyses of structural injustice. All life is precarious, but some lives are exponentially more threatened than others. None of these approaches, however, directly addresses the challenge of living with pain. The social model of disablement is just that, a social model. The emphasis on pride that contravenes pity makes discussing chronic pain difficult and forecloses what is for me the necessarily interminable work of mourning the loss of an able body. I'm not surprised that so little writing in disability studies concentrates on pain or mourning. These are affective states that return attention to an individual body-mind, which contests the basic premise of the field. Physical pain is notoriously complex and resistant to medical treatment, and also presents the sufferer with the problem of 0-degree significance, since you can only describe pain by way of simile or metaphor. My tissues are suffused with 1 trillion points of light, each one a tiny electric shock. The synapses of neural pathways snap and spark. The pain of grief also remains stubbornly beyond address. That I mourn my lost body and the world of delights Janet and I elaborated together is hardly speakable in the critical discourse of disability. Benjamin's angel faces backward toward the past, even as he is swept away into the future. Only if we reckon with what has been lost can we go forward unself-deceived. Hurried along by the storm called progress, we can blunt its force by asking how history and progress came to be shackled together in the first place. We might take up objects and ideas that are cast-offs of history's triumphal progress, as Benjamin did. The rags, the refuse. These I will not inventory, but allow in the only way possible to come into their own by making use of them. Make use of what remains. Consider the oil transfer process that Clay used in making Benjamin's treasured possession. He coated a whole sheet of paper with oil paint or printer's ink and left it to dry. Then he put that sheet, paint or ink down, Then he put that sheet, paint or ink face down on another piece of paper that would take the image and placed a blank paper on top. Using an etching pen, he drew or traced from a drawing already made the image he wished to transfer onto the bottom paper. As the pen compressed the middle piece of paper coated with ink, the line that he drew was transferred to the paper on the bottom. He could then add watercolor washes or gouache to the line drawing, as in the yellow, orange, and purple of the Angelus Novus. The new image only emerges through multiple layers and a medium already laid down. It requires the prior preparation of the paper coated with oil or ink and is called an oil transfer print, though only one copy is made. The impression must pass through the prior preparation. I believe this is the case also for my effort to live on after catastrophic injury and to account for that living on. Representing the feeling of chronic pain or the temporal dislocations of grief opens a way forward, one that must remember what has irretrievably happened in the hopes of making a transformative future. Loss is inseparable from what remains, and there we may need to begin and begin again. Thank you for your attention.
So we're happy to take, I'm assuming Christina's happy to take questions, and so just put your hand up and someone will read.
Thank you very much. My name is Yazan from the University of Kent, UK. I would like to ask a question. In your opinion, what does illness narrative achieve for the narrator and their audience? Thank you.
What does an illness narrative achieve?
Yes.
Well, all too often, I think that it achieves a sense of redemption. So many accounts of illness, injury, disability do try to massage away tragedy. I mean, that's a truly terrible title. We all just have to agree that that's a bad headline. But it is representative, I think, of something pretty profound. I'll give you one example. There's a memoir that I admire a lot. It's called One More Theory of Happiness. It's written by the poet Paul Guest. He wrote a book of poems called My Index of Slightly Horrifying Knowledge. And there's a poem in the collection of that title, and it's about all of the indignities one can suffer moving through the world as you do when you're paralyzed. So My Index of Slightly Horrifying Knowledge is not massaging away tragedy, precisely not. But in his memoir, he broke his neck in a cycling accident when he was 12 years old. He's right on the verge of puberty. So for Guest, the memoir is organized by a narrative arc that goes from that injury to the conclusion of the text which comes when he is engaged to be married. That is a comic arc, right? It ends in marriage. And I think it's representative of the pressure to produce a text which has that kind of comprehensive engagement with true difficulty. Believe me, there's plenty of difficulty in the book, but the concluding moment is one of uplift. And I don't feel uplifted, and I don't want to be uplifted, because I think it's fundamentally untrue, irresponsible, certainly for me. But the pressure is enormous to come up with a redemptive narrative.
Thank you. This is Kimberly Lamb in Gender, Sexuality, and Feminism here at Duke. Thank you for such a powerful talk. I really appreciated how you are moving between mourning and melancholia, and what you said really resonated with what I think Derrida is doing with Abraham and Torek, right? And thinking about the ways in which their work is always moving between those poles, not insisting on a transcendent narrative of transcendence, but also not having not being the wolf man, right? Or having an unconscious relationship to loss. And part of what I found inspiring or compelling about what you're saying is that pain forces a kind of conscious relationship to loss that you can't incorporate completely. And so I guess when you were kind of iterating the different things that disability has become, I was just struck that part of what you're doing and your powerful relationship to language is disability is a way of writing pain in a way, and then the ways in which you undid all the kind of the reinscription of inability within these terms through which we understand disability. So I guess it's not a comment, or it's not a question, but more of a comment that it really resonated with a kind of attention to writing that Derrida highlights in his love of Abraham and Torek's work.
Yeah, I've often thought of the writing that I've done in recent years as writing in the interval, an interval that can seem to extend indefinitely between life and death. But that interval is one in which I believe we all live, but those of us who have suffered catastrophic injury or some sort of catastrophic loss that you are simply going to have to live with know that interval better than others perhaps are more comprehensively coherent in their embodiment.
Thanks so much. This is, Mary McClintock Fulkerson. I teach in the Divinity School at Duke. And I did an ethnography of an interracial church a few years ago. And it turns out this church had, which is unusual for Christian churches, they included people from what they call group homes. So these were people with cognitive disabilities.
Right.
I wasn't expecting that. It was a total, a new thing for me. But one of the fascinating things about it that I discovered was that these people at first had been part of the community of the worship service, but they were too disruptive for the church. And so they started having separate worship services where the people from the group homes would do. And they were very creative. Of course, that's not the word I came thinking I would be using, but people would stand up and make noise and, wave their hands and make a lot of noise.
Right.
So what I really liked about your comments were your phrase differently differently capacitated. Because the point was, and I later on when I wrote a book about this, recognized it, these people had wisdoms. They just weren't recognized or honored by the people, you know, that are typically like me.
Yeah.
And it just made me want to go do a whole new, you know, kind of investigation. But at least in my book, I honored that. So does that, you're nodding your head, so I'm hoping that
Yeah.
makes sense.
Yeah, that means I'm agreeing.
Good. Other thoughts?
But what it made me think of is a wonderful book that I taught partly just because I was so affected by its title. The title is Loneliness and Its Opposite. And that book is about the way that adults living in group homes whose bodies are profoundly compromised, some who are profoundly compromised in their minds, are or are not honored as human beings with an active sexual life. Bringing together disability and sexuality is often, it's complicated. And it has to do with questions of what it means to be an adult and what it means to be alive. And I recommend Loneliness and Its Opposite. It's an ethnography.
Thank you, Dr. Crosby. My name.
Thank you. Okay.
My name is Mike, and I'm an undergraduate student in religious studies at NC State, and I'm also a physical therapist. So I appreciate an awful lot of what you said, and it's wrong, very true. A couple of things. In the previous presentation, Dr. Weeks talks about work, and the wait a minute. I wrote it down so I get it right, but wait a minute. The positivity of work and sort of the way that that's being spun. And in the material that I've read that you've written, you also said that when you returned to work, there was a, I don't remember exactly what you said, but it was a good point. It was a good thing. So I was wondering if you were present in the previous or overheard the previous presentation, if you could kind of maybe do a bridge about that. And secondly, in terms of the barriers that you encounter, I think most people would hear that as physical barriers, like doors or heights of toilets and stuff like that. But I was wondering if you also included like your the changes in your cardiovascular system and your digestive system and you know, all those kinds of things also as barriers, which you know, most people wouldn't really necessarily think of.
Yeah, it's all that stuff inside. Well, in the book I wrote, I said that working is hard, but not working is harder. And that's certainly true. It's not so much that I love my job passionately, but my job provides something very, very valuable, which is distraction. My attention is taken elsewhere. It's one of the best things about teaching. When I'm teaching, I'm absolutely concentrating on the classroom and on what my students are saying. So, yeah, I'll complain with the best of them about preparation, but when I'm actually in the classroom, it's terrific. And even with preparation, I mean, I'm rereading stuff that matters to me a lot, or teaching new texts that I find exciting, like Loneliness and Its Opposite. So it's not so much a matter of love as the way in which work takes me out of myself. And that's valuable to me. The unseen dimensions of disability, I think perhaps I felt the need for that to be represented so powerfully that I wrote a book about it. I wrote a book called A Body Undone. And in it, you will learn what I have experienced living with spinal cord injury, because so much of it is not. There's no way you can know. There's no way I knew. My brother was seriously paralyzed. It took me a long time to understand what that meant. So,
Hi, I'm Lisa Diedrich from Stony Brook University. Hey.
Hey.
First of all, I just really appreciated your paper and how it was crafted in particular. My question is about your reading of the clay image artwork, because I thought it was really fascinating that you sort of turned to the practice of how he created that when you were sort of talking about the art of living on. And I was struck by the fact that it's not the image of the angel that you were reading, or you did read that, but it wasn't only that. It was also the way that image was created. And so I wondered if you could just talk a little bit about the creating this work, this body of work, as part of the art of living on.
Thank you. Yes, I was interested in the process of doing an oil transfer print because of the preparation that was required and the indirection of the representation, the fact that it had to pass through a layer, an intervening layer, or a prepared medium. And as those of us who work with language know, representation is never adequate to its object. Representation is always aspirational. I have found that my training as a literary critic and my long history of reading, that's what I had available to me when I was utterly undone. What do you turn to? You turn to what you know, you turn to what you have. And so I turned to language, and am grateful, very grateful for that long training in the use of language to get at what can never be represented in its presence, right? And disability complicates that in all the ways that I tried to suggest just by talking about the prefix. But I do think that the condition of being unhoused and needing to represent our condition is one that we all share. It's just that living in extremis as I do makes that more self-evident and, as I discovered, compelling.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Long. I'm a cultural anthropologist. And as you were talking, I was struck by you were talking about the social model of disability, but what you were sharing was more of your own personal model around loss and grief. And I was wondering about how well that transferred, or how that might articulate with other disabled people who do not have kind of that same defining moment of loss, and I'm speaking as someone who's neuroatypical myself, how I'm always or often grieving for that norm that I've never known, and just wondering if you might maybe comment about that. It's more of a thought than a question.
Well, I think it's actually one of the most profound dimensions of work now in people who are working in and with disability. We need to disaggregate the subject of disability. the demand for having a clearly coherent social model in which disablement is what happens, in which we are actively disabled by an unaccommodating world, is a political demand, and it's a political subjectivity, and it needs to be unified. It's a, you know, the disability movement was a rights movement, and a rights movement needs a coherent subject who has standing before the law, thus the ADA and the struggles over the enforcement of the ADA. But disability studies is an intellectual field, and there are so many ways of being differently capacitated, so many ways. And I know for sure that coming to disability at the age of 50 through breaking my neck is just really different than coming into the world and always being in a body-mind that is somehow seen as atypical. So I just think we need to do the hard work of disaggregating that unified subjectivity, since we have an intellectual field. You know, we also have a political movement and political demands, and that has to be engaged. But thinking, we can address more adequately, I hope, the complexities of body-mind that will allow us to forge another way to think of what it means to say, I am disabled.
Hi, my name is Kai. I'm a graduate student from Gallaudet University. I'm a graduate student in Deaf Studies. I've been thinking about your discussion about the social model of disability and how it doesn't really answer your question about grief and pain. And in Deaf Studies, like you mentioned, we often agree with the social model. Obviously, we're fine to be deaf. It's great. We have deaf gain. We have culture. We have language. We have a way of being. But one thing that is often missing from that discussion in deaf discourse is when hearing parents birth a deaf child and how to discuss the parents' grief, their pain of their child being different from them. So I'm curious about how you think that the social model of disability itself, if it's mutually exclusive from that discussion of pain, and if not, how do we move beyond that?
Yeah. I think the example of parents who give birth to a child that is not the child they expected is a really potent thing to think about as we're trying to imagine a disability studies that is more richly variegated and comprehensive. I hope that we can talk about all kinds of grief in disability studies. This is my effort, at least. I'm trying to suggest that that's needed and possible. So I want grief to be a key word for disability studies. You know, I want pain to be a key word for disability studies. You know, when I said that on grief, the field is nearly silent as the grave, I meant it. I've looked for discussions of grief and pain in the field, and I haven't found them yet. I'm not saying they're not there, but I haven't found them yet. I really believe that we can get a way of articulating the question of grief with a complex understanding of disability. Look, we're all embodied, right? We all have a stake in figuring out how to think about our life as a your life, my life, as a body-mind. So I'm going to be hopeful.
Hello. Hello. Hi, my name is Michael Ng. I'm from John Carroll University. And I want to follow up on your reading of David Ng and Kazanjian's, no relation to David Ng. People, they get that confused. I want to keep us separate. In Ng and Han's dialogue on melancholia, in that volume, they talk about racial melancholia as a relation to an object that in their case study, Asian Americans, they never had that object, which is the ideal of whiteness itself, and so they try to push back on the Freudian notion of melancholia as the loss of an object. They never even had the object to lose in the first place. And in your discussion of, as you move from melancholia to grief, you talk about the loss of your body, a certain body that you had. So there seems to be a slight difference. But it seems to me that when you then move to talk about the redemption narrative, that maybe this seems to align with what McGruer talks about as like a kind of compulsory able-bodiedness, is the redemption narrative, like you're supposed to come out whole still, you're supposed to recover something. So I'm wondering if you could speak a little bit about that.
I think that any study of loss is going to have to grapple with the question of, what is the object that was lost, or what is the object that was never there. I do think it's a relationship to absence, and that there are a multitude of ways to think about loss in that volume. We have studies ranging from the deeply personal to the sort of world historical. I'm sorry, the second part of your question.
I was just trying to make a connection between your critique of redemption narratives and McGruer's conception of the compulsory able-bodiedness.
Yeah, I think that the compulsion to be an able body is everywhere around us. You can go right out there and read the thing about wellness. You can all go be well, right? I mean, if you're not well, what's wrong with you already? You need to be well. So there's always going to be this push toward competence, toward bodily competence, and bodily health. I think that where I would see my work diverging from at least that earlier work of Robert McCruer's is in his insistence on what he calls crypt pride. And I think that crypt pride works for some people, but not for others. And it doesn't work for me. And I do think that this, as with the question of what is the subject of disability, I think that disaggregating could be very helpful. I think that pride has its important moments, right? I mean, the push back against pity, the push back against the assumption that somebody that you see who is seemingly disabled would want to be somehow cured. All of these assumptions need to be questioned. But again, in our field, I think we need to have a more subtle and various articulation of these different ways of being body-minds.
Hello, my name is Hannah Cook. I'm part of the Gender, Women's, and Sexuality Studies Department of Appalachian State University. And I was curious to know what your thoughts were on chronic illness in the relationship to loss and the mourning of that loss. Because in so many, not all cases, but in many cases, chronic illness is actually excess. It's an excess of an immune system, and it's an excess of an active mind, and how that sort of excess also leads to loss, and how you sort of could conceptualize that in relation to what you're also talking about as a loss of like function.
Yeah, I think the question of capacity is one that is very much before us. And what does it mean to have the capacity that allows you to lead the kind of life that you want? And whether it's excess or deficit doesn't seem to me to matter in regard to that larger question of how is your body-mind capacitated? And are your capacities the ones that you value and want to enhance? I think we have a very narrow understanding of the ways in which we are so various from one another in our capacities and in our ways of being in our bodies or being in our minds. And it's hard to write or think about embodiment. You know, the words seem inadequate in so many ways. But I think that it's an effort that is important to be made, and from all kinds of different directions. I don't think that working in language and with literary language as I do is the way. It's my way that I have. It's what my resources are. Chronic illness, I think, once again, our field is rich with differentiation. And the more subtly we can think about how chronic illness would relate to sudden incapacitating injury, would relate to the birth of a child unlike the child you were anticipating, would relate to being born into a world that has a normative understanding that you don't meet. All those are ways of being disabled. But I think that to get them together requires a complex articulation that, we should be up and at.
My name is Jasmina Lukic. I'm coming from Central European University in Budapest. Thank you very much for your talk. It gave me a lot of topics to think about, but there are two things I wanted to ask you about. The first thing is what struck me and was important for me is when you were talking about circularity of pain and when you were subverting the teleological narrative of necessary kind of happy ending. But then, on the other hand, I was interested from that perspective and perspective of loss that you are talking about. How do you think that approaches to disability which go from the other side, problematizing the concept of the able body, which are actually saying there is no able body, we are all disabled and differently in different phases of our life. You at one point mentioned old age, but you coupled it with particular condition of your own body, in a sense implying that old age will be additional challenge. But in this other approach, old age becomes a form of disability that is a part of our lives. So I'm just simply would like to ask you how this other approach, which comes from the other side, not putting at the center ability versus disability, but problematizing ability against disability as a central concept, what it does eventually to your thinking, or is it relevant at all? Thank you very much.
You're all going to die. And me too. And we'll get there as we get there. So I do think that it's helpful to ask ourselves what we get from being so committed to a particular notion of health and wellness and well-being, a particular notion that none of us ever get to exactly be. I think it creates all kinds of pressures, like you got to get over that wellness center. Really, it's right out there. I know I keep gesturing, but there is an icon out there. So yeah, no body is really up to the task. What we need, I'm so glad I have a microphone. What we need is universal design. What we need is to design, in my case, I'll just speak to the built environment. What we need to design is a built environment that will be easy for all kinds of people. There's one very, very simple example. It's curb cuts. If there's not a curb cut, all I do is go around the block and around the block and around the block. If they're not curb cuts, I don't go out at all. So I need curb cuts. So does anybody with a stroller. So does anybody with rolling luggage. I'll bet you all have rolling luggage. I'll bet you've all used the curb cuts. So why not have curb cuts everywhere? In fact, why not just have the entirety of the curb as it comes to the corner slope? Yeah, this has been done. Just have the whole thing slope. And then not all the people with all those wheeled devices plus me are trying to get through the curb cut. I mean, that's really, really, really simple. Why are we still designing houses that don't have wide enough doorways, wide enough hallways to fit a wheelchair? A wheelchair is big. It's big. But it's so easy to accommodate if the planning allows for it. So universal design. We could now start thinking all creatively and happily about what universal design might be. I'm sure there's many examples out there that are even more profound than curb cuts. But if we can think of universal design, then we will actually be embodying ourselves differently.
I wanted to use my moderator's privilege to ask a follow-up question that comes out of my graduate seminar read, or members of it read your book, and as we were talking about it, I think the students, and I felt this way actually reading it. You know, when you speak today, I think you speak a lot from kind of queer theory and non-normative, and the kind of push to think about differences. Maybe it's just because it's the first thing of yours I read was about differences, but to always think about the importance of difference. What struck me in the book is the ways in which your experience seems also to have made you even more empathic than you might have been before. So there's a lot, for those of you who have not read the book, I clearly urge you to read it. But about your caretaker and understanding the structural privilege you have over her in certain ways and the hardships that she goes through, the kind of systemic racism, the problems. And there was I came to think of disability studies as being part of this broader spectrum of thinking about, and I think, there is also a sense of like old age as a form of disability or a form of reduced privilege and I guess what it made me wonder is if, we've had since a little before that Butler and Scott volume, a lot of critique coming out of critiques of normativity and the desire to differentiate. And I guess I wondered if your book also steers us back toward thinking toward it's not the opposite of loneliness or whatever. It's not the opposite, but of thinking about sort of empathy, and if it allows us to theorize empathy through disability studies. I'm not sure if I'm articulating this well, but something that is not exactly non-normative. It's sort of headed the other direction, if that makes any sense.
Well, I think that I wrote in the book of the way in which we are all interdependent creatures. None of us are independent, period. All of us are dependent in one way or another. A sentence from Loneliness and its opposite: personhood is networked. At every moment you are in relation to others. And I'm simply in a more necessarily intimate physical relationship with others than I would be if I were not hurt as I have been hurt. And so, yes, I do think that thinking about relationality and interdependence is something that's far overdue, especially because we have to have a different calculus for caring labor. Caring labor is there's just, we don't pay people enough.
Yeah. Okay. Hi, I'm Gail Polhouse in philosophy.
Hold it. Thank you.
At Miami University. I really appreciate the way in which you're bringing pain to butt up against the social model of disability and how there's a tension there. It doesn't mean we should get rid of social model.
No.
But it means we need some more complexity there, and that it's very hard to speak about pain within that model. And thinking about that, I was wondering also if maybe the unpredictability of bodies sometimes runs up against universal design. Because I've seen institutions, try to make universal design spaces, and then bodies are unpredictable. And people kind of fall apart because they think universal design is supposed to take care of everything. And I wondered if you had something, or maybe could speak about the unpredictability of bodies in tension with universal design.
Well, I'll leave you all with some wisdom. Nothing takes care of everything. That aspiration, the aspiration for universal design, is, I think, a great aspiration, and all of you start thinking creatively right now about how the world could be designed differently, have attitudes designed differently, for example. It's remarkable about how many people simply address Janet when we're traveling together. They just don't address me. Hey! But, Janet's up there, and they're, it's all fast. But to think about the ways in which bodies are going to unravel in all kinds of unexpected ways. Of course, nothing will prepare us for that. As individuals, for us, we cannot plan for all of that unraveling. But we can think about it. We can think about it, and we can try to make a richer and more accommodating world.